Welcome elected members, staff, guests and members of the public that are here for the ordinary council meeting of the 16th of October 2024. I declare the meeting opened at 5:38 p.m. The City of Busselton acknowledges the Wardandi and Bibliman people as the traditional custodians of this region, and we pay our respect to their elders past and present. This meeting is being audio recorded for minute-taking purposes and is also being live streamed on the City of Busselton YouTube. Would ask you at this stage to make sure that your phones are on silent. Thank you. The prayer this evening will be read by Pastor Andy Pitt from the Cornerstone Church. Andy, please come forward.
Good evening. It's a privilege to be able to just open this meeting in prayer tonight, so thank you. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we thank you for the many gifts that you bestow on each of us. You are good and you are kind to us, and we acknowledge your good hand on us, our families and our community. Thank you for the freedom to live with our families in this beautiful country, Australia, and to live in the southwest and the beautiful Busselton. Thank you for season changes and nature's beauty that we're seeing displayed all around us right now. It is beautiful. Thank you for the great opportunity to lead our community as city councillors and as leaders, to be able to leave a good mark on the town and our community. I pray for our Mayor, Mr. Phil Cronin, and for these, our councillors, for each one of them, that your hand would be on them, granting each of them wisdom and help as they lead, implement and serve their offices on behalf of our city. May they know your presence, your encouragement and your help in the many things on each of their plates and the stresses that those induce on them. May they also be encouraged by the Busselton community's support and gratitude for the work that they do here. I pray a blessing over each of them. I pray for their marriages and their relationships, their kids and their families, their businesses, and over this city. Be with those in our town who are struggling and who are in need at this time, businesses, perhaps the homeless, the needy, the vulnerable, those in troubled homes. We pray for our schools, we pray for our emergency services, the police, the hospitals, our aged care facilities, and the disability sector. We look forward to this coming summer season with good weather, tourists, many events, and business. Pray that it would be a safe season and thrive, and that Busselton would be a place of fun, adventure, and rest for locals, as well as for the many passing through. We need your helping hand in all this to cover our community. Would you carry us, Lord? We thank you for your faithfulness to us ongoingly. We are so grateful. And we ask all of this in Jesus' wonderful name. Amen.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate that. In attendance today, we have Councillor Anne Ryan, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Jodie Lee, Councillor Val Craig, Councillor Andrew McNeish, Councillor Michaela Love, Councillor Kate Cox, Councillor Jared Kennedy, and Councillor Richard Beecroft, and myself, Mayor Phil Cronin. I have an application for leave of absence from Councillor Michaela Love for the ordinary council meeting being held on the 20th of November 2024. Do I have a mover? No movers, therefore I... Councillor Kennedy, do I have a second to Councillor Lee? Any dissent? If not, I put the motion. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you. I'd just like to say congratulations to Councillor Kate Cox, who received her elected member diploma of local government at the Wowga conference last week. I'm trying to think when that was. So congratulations for attaining that. That was how long did that take you? 12 months. That's pretty good. So you've worked hard to do that. And also congratulate Deputy Mayor Anne Ryan, who's got her Foundations of Directorship on the AICD course. So it's good to see that we are all developing ourselves as we move forward. So fantastic. Okay, disclosures of interest. I have a couple of disclosures. One relating to Councillor Cox on item 11.2, an impartiality interest. And also we have one from the CEO regarding items 16.1, and that'll be again an impartiality interest, and that's in accordance with the regulations 22 of the Local Government Model Code of Conduct, regulations 21. These disclosures will be read out immediately before the item is discussed. Okay, so I move on to item 5.1, which is the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 18th of September, or to be confirmed as true and a correct record. Do I have a mover? Moved Councillor Craig, seconded Councillor Love. Is there any opposition? If not, I put the motion. All those in favour? Motion is carried 9-0. We now move on to question time for the public. 6.1 is responses to the previous questions taken on notice, which you'll see on the screen shortly. We have 2 questions that were taken on notice in the September meeting, the responses of which have been circulated and listed on the agenda on page 10 and are now displayed on the screen. Item 6.2 is question time for the public, and I will note that we have 15 minutes, is that, Mr. CEO, for this section? Yes, so up to 15 minutes, only that we have, as you can see, a very large agenda, so I would just appreciate if people come up and we keep these questions succinct so that we have the opportunity for all members to speak. The first, we've received 3 bookings from the public. The first one is from Mr. Freddie Baker. If you'd like to come forward and let us know your name and where you are from. Is Mr. Baker here? In that case, we will move on to second person, which is Mr. Sims. Again, if you'd like to come forward for the record, say your name and where you're from. Thank you.
Keith Sims, Busselton. Good evening, Mayor, councillors and officers. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I booked 1 question, but I've now added another 2.
I can see there are 3 questions here. Thank you. Yes. Sorry. Oh. Okay. Am I looking at the right person? No, sorry, I'm looking at Mr. Baker's. Yes, I'm with you now. Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, so can I do the other 2?
You may, yes.
Okay, thank you. So the first one is about councillors' remuneration, and I'll keep it brief. Can you please advise the minimum and maximum annual salary payments that each councillor, deputy and mayor are eligible for under the current rules in place?
Thank you. The council has a policy position for paying elected members an annual attendance fee in lieu of the fees in attending the meetings. The Salaries and Allowance Tribunal determines the amount of fees or the minimum and maximum amounts of fees to be paid under the Local Government Act to the elected members for attendance at the meetings. For Band 1 local government, like the City of Busselton, the annual attendance fee is set by the Salaries and Allowance Tribunal, and they are, for elected members, that's excluding the mayor, that's between 26,624 and 34,278, and for the mayor between 26,624 to 51,412. In addition, the mayor and the deputy mayor are entitled to allowances. The mayor allowance between 55,929 to 97,115, and the deputy mayor allowance is 13,982 to 24,279. The amount to be paid to the elected members is set each year by the council through the adoption of its budget, and the council resolved to pay the amount at the top of each range. Your next question.
Thank you. Saltwater project review. On many occasions at council meetings, is that echoing?
No,
I have asked if Broad Construction has asked for an increase on their $38 million fixed price contract. We've been told that Broad has not asked for money or that it is confidential. we can determine that they have asked for further funds due to the amount of confidential council meetings regarding the contract and legal interpretation.
It's speculation, but if you can ask the question, please.
Well, where is the transparency that our past Mayor Henley stated in July 23 that if Broad asked for further funding, it would come before a council meeting and be transparent to the public?
Thank you.
Question?
Do you wish to answer that question? Thank you. The CEO will respond.
I haven't actually asked the question.
So where is the transparency?
You said, I thought that was the question. What, if we can
So
be,
the question is, item 18.1 is, if it is to discuss extra payments to Broad over the $38 million contract, why is it confidential? Not abiding by previous Mayor Henley's transparency comment. If approved, the council need to be transparent and the community be informed. So
Yeah,
the question is,
Sims, the item is confidential, so I aren't able to comment on that one. The relevance of the previous mayor's comments isn't relevant in that case.
okay,
and your final question?
to do with the salt water. What due diligence and risk assessment was conducted by the City of Busselton in selecting Broad Construction as the successful tenderer for the BPAC salt water, especially as they were the only company to offer an alternative contract to meet the $38 million budget by removing or reducing the quality of various items?
Yeah, Mr Sims, rather than going back through all the old questions and the tender process was undertaken and a decision made by council to award to Broad Construction. So the details of the assessment I'm not aware of off the top of my head.
Okay. So there was an assessment of them as a company and as a builder and financial situation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Sims. I have another booking from Mr Matthew Nichols. Welcome back, Mr Nichols.
My name's Matthew Nichols. I'm from Yalyalup. I've got MS and I have regular infusions at the Busselton Health Campus. I was hoping for an infusion centre to be opened in town, and combining it with a blood donation service. The blood donation service was apparently looked at 27th of October 2022, found to be not required at the time. We recently had a mobile service in town, which was fully booked out. No more spaces available. And I was speaking to someone today. It's also fully booked out for January. Would sort of indicate that there's a bit of demand for that in town. As I say, putting the two under one roof, an infusion centre combined with a blood donation centre should make the whole thing more feasible. Should make the demand requirements.
So your question, can Busselton manage a combined blood donation centre and infusion centre, possibly in the old hospital building, which I think is a great idea. It is a strong suggestion, and obviously this decision would have to be carried out with the local hospital in coordinated with the state health authorities. It's important to note, as I said, this initiative, it doesn't fall under our jurisdiction as such as the city, but I think it's something that we would be more than happy to advocate and write to the various ministers that are under this, this would fall under. I'm not sure who that would be. The
Health Minister,
who?
member, we could certainly.
Yeah, so we'll talk to Libby Mettam and the Health Minister. I'm happy to put together, I'm sure the council will be happy to put a letter together on that front. So, yeah, that's, if you're happy with that, that's what we'll do. And I'm happy to even, try and talk to the hospital and see where that moves forward. So, but it's great to hear that it was booked out as much as it was. So that's a real positive. And also I think it was, maybe a sidestep, and don't kill me on this one, but with St John of God's, I think that was a facility that they were going to hopefully have, but unfortunately I believe that project's been delayed at this stage. So, but that's funding, as we all know. So, but thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few more minutes. Are there any more questions from the public? If you'd like to step forward and state your name and where you're from.
Andrew Dickey from Busselton. I have 3 quick questions on the river, but I'll need to give a short preamble first to provide the context for the questions.
Keep that real short. I appreciate it, Mr. Dickey.
Department of Water and Environmental Regulation tests the water in the Lower Bass River every 2 weeks during summer at 3 fixed locations in the river to monitor the levels of toxic cyanobacteria. The results from DWA's Bentley Phytoplankton Laboratory are forwarded to the Health Department in Perth, where they are interpreted using the NH and MRC guidelines, and results are classified using a traffic light system, green, amber and red. Red signifies dangerously high levels where cyanobacteria present a potential danger to humans and animals. These results are then sent to the Manager of Parks and Environment at the City of Busselton. My first question is, how many individual water samples collected last summer between the 1st of November 2023 and the 31st of May 2024 showed red alert levels of toxic cyanobacteria?
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Second quick question. On how many occasions last summer did the City of Busselton issue a public warning about dangerously high red alert levels of cyanobacteria on its website or in community newspapers?
Stuart.
Was that the question you asked last month, Dr. Dickey?
No, I asked on how many occasions the Health Department had sent written recommendations to the Council to issue.
Yeah, we need to take that on notice. Thanks, Dr. Dickey.
So I know that 2 recommendations came. I'm asking whether they were acted upon or not.
Yeah. And your third question?
Third question is, has the City's legal team conducted a risk assessment for the possibility of legal action against the Council in the event of a person or an animal suffering harm as a result of exposure to the cyanotoxins in the river?
Not at this point. Right. Not at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the public? Please come forward and give your name and where you're from, please.
Michelle Shackleton from Abbey. I'd like to, my questions relate to issues of accountability and transparency concerning the BPAC. The first question is, was a risk assessment conducted to evaluate the city's ability and resources to effectively manage and deliver the BPAC construction within the specified timeline and budget?
Risk assessment was undertaken, yes.
Yes, a risk assessment was undertaken. Thank you. Yes.
Budget? Yeah,
Yes.
and yeah. What were the findings of the assessment and where exactly were they published?
Mr. CEO?
I need to double check those, so we can take that on notice, but they would have been also featured in the item to council on the decision. Yep.
The third question is, as one of the 2 remaining elected members who strongly supported this project, I'd like to understand the accountability measures in place as we move forward. If it becomes evident that the fixed price contract and budget, which you yourself emphasised so rigorously back in 2021 as certainties, have significantly exceeded the city's expectations, and that the project is also 2 years behind schedule, who is going to be held accountable for these developments, and who will front the ratepayers and media to finally display a little transparency and to answer their questions?
I mean, it was a council decision, so the whole council made that decision, but if you've got any further comments?
The mayor's the spokesperson for the council on council decisions, so the mayor will obviously, and also staff will be in support of any decisions that need to be communicated to the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Thank you. Now move on to presentation by parties with an interest. This is going to be online, so I may give our staff a brief moment to make sure it's all working. We have Jaden Bryant, who is the General Manager, Australia and New Zealand Neuron Mobility. And he will be talking on item 13.1 with the hireable e-scooters improvement measures.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Good evening, councillors, and thank you for giving me 5 minutes today to make a quick presentation on behalf of Neuromobility. I will just quickly share my screen and hopefully we are away. Has that come up on your end?
Yes, we can see that. Thank you.
Fantastic. So very quickly today, in the limited time, I just want to give a quick overview of the statistics of the e-scooter program, the improvement measures that we have undertaken to try and improve parking outcomes within the city and continue to implement, the economic impact of the program and community partnerships we've formed and continue to form, and the education that we're delivering across the region, as well as any questions, if there's any need for questions this evening. So at a high level overview, there's been 170,000 trips started in the city of Busselton. More interestingly, there has been over 44,000 unique users of the service within the city. That's quite impressive given the population of the city, and it speaks to the large volumes of tourists that obviously visit the city every year.
Jaden, sorry, I'll just, if you could talk maybe a tiny bit slower because it's not 100% clear.
Sure.
Thank you. Just
my apologies.
That's all right.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on hotel Wi-Fi, so it might be a little bit patchy. I'll talk a little bit slower. So we've had over 44,000 users of unique users of the service in the city, which is quite impressive given the population, and it speaks to the large amount of tourists that obviously visit the city each year and continue to use the service. But interestingly, even during the quieter winter months, when there's less tourists around, we continue to have 1,000 monthly active users of the transport service within the city. So that speaks to people commuting, visiting their places of employment and being that backbone during those quieter months in the community, using it to navigate the city. Another interesting statistic on this screen is in the bottom left is the average trip length. To my knowledge, that out of all of our cities, that would be the largest average trip length in the country. Generally, it sits around 2 kilometres trip length on average. But once again, this would probably be the tourist use case pushing the average up, taking longer trips, or it would be people riding in from Dunsborough into the city and taking that longer trip. This parking program, we have a designated parking model, but that's been done virtually. Since the last council vote on both from the city that we've received this feedback and the local community, the parking outcomes needed to improve. We were approved 15 parking station decals from the city, which we rolled out immediately. And from the feedback we're hearing both internally and from the community, that parking outcomes have been improved significantly. You can see that in the tiny pictures in the bottom left. We are big fans of this sort of parking decal. One, gives users a clear indication on where they're allowed to park. It gives a clear indication to people in the community who don't necessarily use the service, but it helps grant a social license, because many times a user who's not familiar with the service, they could see a scooter that would be perfectly compliantly parked with the conditions, but because it doesn't have a box or a sign that says it's allowed to park there, they don't understand that it is actually allowed to be parked there. So we have put a proposal forward, I believe, to roll out 30 more of these parking stations throughout the city to continue to improve these outcomes. We've also had a significant focus on improving topple scooters and stray helmets. I have been told from the local team that it's been quite windy over the past 3 months, but thankfully we scaled up our local team with full-timer, and he's been out there day and night resolving topples as quickly as the wind is able to knock them over at the moment. But it continues to be a challenge that we are focusing on improving. Very quickly on just some of the technology that we've implemented. We started using artificial intelligence in our parking photo audit, our end of trip photos, and we expect this to improve over the coming years as well. So what this can do is when users take a photo of their end trip, it will start to learn and automatically detect if the scooter is toppled or if it's parked against a building line and prevent them from actually ending that trip and correcting them in real time. So we expect this to improve parking in the future as well. On the economic impact and community partnerships, I won't go through all of them, but the West Australian did a great article regarding shelter brewing. The CEO highlighted that Neuron scooters have provided a really valuable mode of transport for both residents and tourists visiting this city, and improved outcomes for late night shift workers where they don't really have much alternative forms of transport to navigate the community or get home safely. And we're proud sponsors of the City of Busselton Annual Sports Award for 2024. Throwing into the prize pool, we've given away some monthly passes, and we're looking to continue to grow our ties into the local community and really become that corporate partner to the city.
I'll just start to wrap you up, if I may, on your time.
No problem. One final point. In the first portion of the trial, quite frankly, we did struggle finding regular employees. We continued to hire, train users to improve these outcomes, and then the employees would leave, and they weren't leaving Neuron, they were leaving the city as a whole. So we did struggle with finding that regular employment, and the operation suffered because of that. But since then, we have hired full-time supervisor, local face, Napinder. He's doing a great job improving compliance for the cities, and we're receiving some fantastic feedback from stakeholders in the city. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Jaden. Appreciate that. Are there any questions from councillors? Just have one question. You mentioned that there were a number of, you said the 1,000 a day, 1,000 users off season, and you were talking about commuting. Do you have any sort of idea from your to and froms whether any of those are, how many people are using them for commuting over tourism?
We can definitely have a look into that data. I don't have it off the top of my head. I just know that there's 1,000 regular unique users per month. But that we could actually get the breakdown of how many are taking them once a week, once a month, every day. There's generally like an 80-20 rule that generally applies with a bunch of power users, but we could definitely come back with a more formal breakdown of that data and response.
And you mentioned 44,000 trips. How does that compare with other cities of similar size?
So just to correct you there, it was 44,000 unique users and 170,000 trips.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I would say it's actually very strong. And very rarely do we ever see a portion of unique users that's significantly higher than the local population. So it's quite a unique case that we're seeing in Busselton.
Yeah, that's where the population is 44,000. So that's
okay.
That's quite something.
Every single person in the city is obviously using them, I'd say.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further questions? Thank you for your presentation.
No problem. Thank you, everyone.
Cheers. Thank you. Okay, I will move straight into item 9, which is adoption by exception resolution. That the committee recommendations for item 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, 10.7 and 10.8, and the officer recommendations for items 11.3, 13.2 and 15.1 be adopted en bloc. Do I have a mover? Moved Councillor Craig, seconded Councillor Ryan. Is there any opposition? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? The motion's carried 9-0. Absolute majority. Okay, items to be dealt with separate resolution. Item 10.1 is the annual statutory review of delegated authority. Item 10.1. Do I have a mover? Moved Councillor Ryan, seconded Councillor Craig. Is there any opposition? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? The motion's carried 9-0. Item 12.1 is the RFT 1224 Geograph Bay Coastal Mitigation Works 2425. also requiring an absolute majority. Do I have a mover? Moved Councillor Caggs, seconded Councillor Ryan. Is there any objection? If not, I put the motion. All those in favour? Motion's carried 9-0, absolute majority achieved. Now move on to items for debate. Now I note I have a foreshadowed alternative from Councillor Love for this item 10.2. However, in accordance with the clause 10.18.7 of the standing orders, the committee recommendation will be considered first. If the committee recommendation lapses, I will then move to consider Councillor Love's alternative. Therefore, we have item 10.2 in front of you, which is not the alternative. I want the committee recommendation first, if I may. Thank you. Or I would like. So we have the committee recommendation in front of us with regards to the outcomes from the peak period workshop. Do I have a mover for the motion? Being no mover, the motion will lapse. And I move on to the pulled item, Councillor Love's alternative, which is in front of you. Do I have a mover? Councillor Love. Do I have a seconder? Moved Councillor Lee. Is there any opposition? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? The motion is carried 9-0. Congratulations. Same scenario. We have an item 10.6. So, foreshadowed alternative from Councillor McNeish. As said before, if the committee recommendation will be considered first, that is in front of you. Do I have a mover for the motion? Seeing there's no mover, that will lapse. We will move on to Councillor McNeish's pulled item, which is now in front of you. Councillor McNeish, do you wish to move your motion? Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lee. Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, I put the motion. All those in favour? Motion is carried 9-0. Excuse me. Okay, we now move on to item 11.1. Now, as presiding member, in accordance with standing orders, I've decided to move this item to the order of business that's confidential. So we will be discussing this at the end of the meeting, otherwise I'll be asking everyone to leave the gallery. So I will return to that one shortly, I hope. So, item 11.2, we have a disclosure of impartiality interest. Councillor Kate Cox, would you wish to declare your impartiality?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I declare an impartiality interest in item 11.3 as I submitted the application to include the peppermint tree, number 64 Dunbay Road, Dunsborough, to be included on the Heritage Register. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider the item solely on its merits and vote or act accordingly.
Sorry, Councillor Cox, did you say item 11.3 or 11.2? It's no 11.3. So we're happy with just 11.3? Yeah. So is that 11.2, just for the record? If you switch your microphone on, please, Councillor Cox. Sorry.
I would like to confirm that it's 11.2.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have the... So we have an alternative recommendation that's been pulled or put forward by Councillor Ryan. So the alternative recommendation will go first. Seb, we have quite a complicated council meeting this evening, so please bear with us. Councillor Ryan, do you wish to move your motion? Moved as stated. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lee. Do I have any opposition? There is opposition, therefore, Councillor Ryan, I'll ask you to speak to your motion.
Thank you. Councillors, Part 8 of the Heritage Act is to establish a requirement for local governments to prepare and maintain a local heritage survey of places which, in its opinion, are or may become, I'll repeat that, which in its opinion or may become of cultural heritage significance. The Borough Charter, updated in the draft LPP 4.3, discusses the five values, which are aesthetic, historic, scientific, social and spiritual. The Charter states it is important to recognise and acknowledge that these values are frequently interdependent. In some cases, they may be in conflict. Let's discuss the 5 characteristics then. Aesthetics. The Busselton War Memorial was constructed and designed by architect and sculptor Pietro Pacelli. The memorial is constructed of mainly Donnybrook stone and was the highest in the state at the time, Busselton War Memorial being the only cenotaph he designed, which makes it a priceless piece of art. Symbolism in design plays a vital role in conveying the narratives associated with war memorials. Each architectural feature and decorative element is often imbued with meaning intended to evoke emotions or convey messages about sacrifice, resilience and peace. Each memorial delivering meaning at the time and still today. Historic. The Busselton War Memorial is the oldest in Western Australia, being built in 1919 and predates any other war memorial. The Beverley War Memorial was also built in 1919, but the Busselton War Memorial was dedicated earlier by 3 months. Busselton War Memorial was originally erected to commemorate those from the Busselton and Sussex Road Boards district who served in World War I. Scientific, I don't have anything for that. Social, ex-servicemen and women are duty-bound to preserve and respect the memory of the fallen service persons, those who paid the ultimate price. Memorialisation is a process that satisfies the desire to honour those who suffered or died during the conflict, and as a means to examine the past and address contemporary issues, it can promote social recovery after conflicts end. It is also a place for loved ones and family to reflect. With the growth of Anzac Day, it is also something which our children and children's children are now realising the importance of. Spiritual. War memorials reflect cultural values and historical contexts, embodying emotional and symbolic elements. Their physical presence in public spaces not only honours those who served, but also acts as a catalyst for discussions about a shared experience of war and the ongoing pursuit of a more peaceful world. I'm also aware that there are a number of Aboriginals who served and whose names are on the memorial, and this should also add weight to the argument to move it to a Category 1. The letter from the Heritage Council appears to be at odds with the Borough Charter. They advise that while the Busselton War Memorial may have some cultural heritage significance, it is unlikely that it would meet the threshold for entry into the State Register of Heritage Places and therefore does not warrant full assessment. So which is it? Is it the Borough Charter who has full standing, or are we to simply give in to the Heritage Council? Councillors, this is your opportunity to suggest to the Heritage Council that we have the community's back and believe the War Memorial is worthy of a Category 1. In relation to Phoebe Abbey Cottage tree, I think that that's self-explanatory and lets the community know, and also the owner of the land, that that tree is, as Mrs Murray has stated out, a rare example of an old tree. I thank you for your consideration, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Councillor Lee, do you wish to speak?
Thank you. I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Speaker against? Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I concur with officers with the officer's recommendation on this item. The War Memorial is listed within the current Local Heritage Survey as a Category 4. It has now been upgraded to a Category 2, wasn't previously on the Heritage list. Category 1 and Category 2 places on the Heritage list are afforded the same protection under the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes Regulations 2015. Category 1 places are those places of state significance and on the State Register or under assessment for inclusion on the State Register. The War Memorial was considered by the Heritage Council for inclusion on the State Register, and it was decided that it did not meet the threshold for inclusion. Officers have recommended that all places that are of local significance but not state significance are proposed to be Category 2 rather than Category 1, and I am satisfied that that will offer adequate protection for the original War Memorial. There's no clear distinction between state registered places and locally registered places, and it's considered that a change to Category 1 is not required. With regard to the tree at Phoebe Abbey House, I have no problem with that being included, but I do believe after consultation with the staff that more further information on the tree is required in terms of who planted the tree, what year it was planted in, which I'm sure we may be able to obtain at some point, and therefore I'm happy to endorse the original officer's recommendation and their advice that the inclusion of the tree to Phoebe Abbey House be taken back to the owner-occupiers and inviting them to make a submission to clarify some more details around the historical significance of that tree. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Do I have a speaker for? Councillor Beecroft.
Sorry, excuse me, I've got a ticklish throat. I hope I don't start coughing in the middle of this. Before I speak, can I ask a question?
Clarification, you may.
The War Memorial, has that been upgraded to number 2? Or is that something that the city's proposed?
Mr. Barber?
Through Mr Mayor. So this proposal, the list that is before you for adoption, it is proposed as a 2. Previously, it was a 4.
Okay, so at the moment, it's number 4?
Yep.
Level 4, okie doke. All right, I'd like to speak for this amendment, is it? But I don't think I could add to anything that Councillor Ryan has already so eloquently stated. I would like, however, to foreshadow an alternative if this does not get up, and that is that it's upgraded to a number 2.
It is. It is a number 2.
It's already in the recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay, I must have misread that. All right, well, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much, Councillor Beecroft. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, the only other further thing I'd like to add is on consideration from the Heritage Council WA, if we were to re-propose that it goes back on, I can't see any more new information that has been added that wasn't considered last time. If we were to look at the points that have been presented, it was considered that Beverley was the first war memorial. So being it one of the earlier war memorials was already a consideration. Pietro Porcilli was responsible for at least 12 other memorials. I think the Heritage Council WA did state. Not sure about the cenotaph. Maybe this is the only cenotaph that he did design. And of the Donnybrook stone, maybe that's new information, that the stone is very rare and valuable, but they did touch on sandstone coming from Donnybrook. And the other bit of extra information in this proposal is that it's closely proximate to a heritage listed church. So with all of that information, I can't see the Heritage Council changing their previous position. So thank you. I'll encourage to vote against. Thank you.
Councillor Kennedy. Do I have a speaker for? Councillor McNeish.
Thank you, sir. Sometimes it's okay and indeed proper, I think, to say, no, we don't agree. And I think people who have come to Busselton for so many decades start their enjoyable holiday, or now return to be a resident, by giving a little salute as they go past that war memorial, and that's why it's placed at the top end of town, lest we forget. And my great uncle was a 10th Light Horseman, lasted 3 months, killed at Gallipoli. The night Hugo Throssell won his Victoria Cross. So it means a lot to me, and I think the optics and our indeed duty is to say we think it's right up there and should be held in that high regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNeish. Do I have a speaker against? Speaker for? Seconder, you have your right of reply. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As Richard Bearcroft, Councillor Bearcroft mentioned, that I probably don't have a lot to add to what Councillor Ryan did eloquently put forward. However, acknowledging what Councillor Kennedy said, that there's no new information, so you can't see anything that's going to change the State Heritage Council's mind, I don't believe that's a strong argument for not putting this forward as a Category 1. Our community has stated loud and clear that this is incredibly important to this community. And I suspect that that's why we have a local heritage survey, because not everything is going to meet the State Heritage Council criteria, and we still need to protect what is valuable to our community. So acknowledging that the protections afforded to a Category 2 are the same as a Category 1, I still think it's worth us advocating for the community to have this put forward to the State Heritage Council again. In terms of the Phoebe Abbey tree, my concern is that if we don't put this forward now, there's very little protection for that tree whilst we gather further information to determine whether it goes on the local heritage survey. So for that reason, I support this amendment, because I think it's important that if we don't know the full details, we need to protect that tree until we do know, and then we can make further decisions informed based upon that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Ryan, your right to reply.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. Councillor Kennedy, if there is no difference, why don't we just make it a Category 1 then? But I also want to point out what I said in the opening of my speech. Part 8 of the Heritage Act is to establish a requirement for local governments to prepare and maintain a local heritage survey of the places which, in its opinion, are or may become of cultural heritage significance. So there is absolutely no reason why this shouldn't be a Category 1, and the only new information is that the council hopefully will support it as a Category 1 and then return it to the Heritage Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Therefore, I put the motion. All those in favour of the item in front of you, 11.2, all those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? The item is 163. Thank you. Item 11.3. No, sorry. Item 13.1. The review of the e-scooters, and this item has been pulled by Councillor Ryan with the alternative recommendation Councillor Ryan, would you like to put your motion, your alternative recommendation forward? Sorry, just, do you move the motion? Sorry, Councillor Ryan. Sorry. We're on 13.1.
I move the motion, thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Beecroft. Is there any opposition? There is opposition. Therefore, Councillor Ryan, would you like to put your motion, speak to your motion, please?
Thank you. Councillors, previously we undertook a survey and staff recommended, following the survey, to say no to a continuation. 62.4 of those that responded, and there were 1,226 responses, said we don't want them. The negative feedback on hireable scooters has not waned. The complaints are still rolling in. 62.4% of local residents said in the survey they did not want them. The percentage of local residents who were not in favour of hireable e-scooters is greater than those who are. Business owners are slightly less in favour and visitors more in favour of hireable e-scooters. On the agenda this month is our new council plan, wherein we state we are listening. Really? Is this going to be another example of asking the community for their comments and views and then ignoring the majority view again? If we are not going to listen to them, why do we bother consulting? A media announcement in May this year stated that Neuron Mobility had commenced the installation of parking decals for designated parking areas specifically for these e-scooters in key locations between Busselton and Dunsborough, to make it easier for users to identify exactly where they should be parked in these high-use locations. The decals will serve as a visual reminder to hirers the importance of properly parking their e-scooters once their ride is completed. I find that hard to believe. But markings on the ground, only in certain areas, defies logic that this will in fact change attitude. I cannot see any change in the behaviour, use and lack of helmets. We can provide as many decals as necessary. It still does not negate the fact that scooters are left strewn all over the footpaths. The City of Melbourne councillors cited safety concerns raised by residents and lawlessness of e-scooter users as reasons for the decision to cease their hire. A number of other councils across Australia and around the world have banned them recently too. One ratepayer suggests it is only a matter of time before the city may be implicated in a court case or a death or serious injury while using a hired e-scooter. St John's WA reported in May 23 it had attended about 250 e-scooter accidents in a little over a year, or about 15 per month. This is in Perth. Most were considered a priority 1 by the ambulance service, meaning life-threatening and collisions with vehicles, bicycles or pedestrians, or factors such as alcohol and excess speed. Injuries and inappropriate use by children and adults alike is also problematic, and to suggest that Busselton is different from anywhere else around the world is simply sticking one's head in the sand. We have a duty of care to the whole community. Yesterday we received an email from a ratepayer with a very different perspective, one which I had not thought of before. If I abandoned my motor car in the middle of the road, I am sure I would face consequences for its removal. Yet we constantly find scooters strewn over pathways and helmets simply thrown in the bushes or cast aside. People are not wearing the helmets despite the rhetoric. Councillors, I urge you to support my alternate recommendation and put an end to the trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Councillor Beecroft, do you wish to speak?
I reserve my right for now, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Is there a speaker against? Councillor Kennedy.
Yes, I'll be speaking for this motion. The rise in the use of e-scooters and e-ridables highlights a shift in how residents prefer to travel. The 7% increase from last year in the trips taken on the e-scooters demonstrates a growing acceptance of alternative modes of transport. With the presentation just before, we have 1,000 unique users over this down period. The survey earlier in the year highlighted that the majority of users were local, being 57%. Several businesses are in support of hireable e-scooters as the benefits are real and observable. Surveys are one of many consultation methods used to gauge the community sentiment and gather information. And on the survey previously, users were asked if they didn't like e-scooters, would they be willing to change their mind? And 50% of them said they would be if more safety measures were implemented. And so that's what we took from the survey, and we're here now to see how those results went. Looking at the city's current strategic community plan and yet to be adopted council plan, and many other informing strategies such as economic development strategy and the youth plan emphasise the need for improved public transport, connectivity and town centre activation. With approximately 3,500 residents aged 16 years and older facing transportation challenges as identified in the city's youth plan, improving public transport would significantly benefit this demographic. It would alleviate logistical issues for parents, allowing youth greater independence and access to opportunities such as work, sport and recreation. Now, a matter on safety. As mentioned by Councillor Ryan, most other states do see the same amount of injuries, 250 or greater per year. And as of February 2024, a study from University in Sydney confirms that they are just as common as cycling injuries. The rise in e-scooter admissions to hospital is simply because it is a new technology introduced around 2018. However, we must consider that the hireable e-scooters are much more safer than privately owned ones. The most notable safety measures promote better rider behaviour, to wear helmets, ring your bell, speed limitations, cognitive tests for possible drunk drivers and lockout periods. And future improvements can be seen in new generation of scooters featuring safer designs and even the option of e-bikes and hybrids. There's lots of potential for rider behaviour to improve. And just a note on other cities that have, well, New South Wales have banned personal e-scooters, not shareable ones. Yes, and also the other benefits of e-scooters can be realised in utilising the ongoing shared path upgrades in the city's capital works program, being greater paths that will just create more safety to users, and also looking at other shires and cities that have banned e-scooters. It's a completely different layout, and I don't think e-scooters are compatible to those cities, whereas here we have this long stretch of coasts, we're upgrading that path, and it activates all the nodes along there. I think we're a very different case to other cities, and that's why I'm in favour of them. Environmentally, the efficiency of these devices can be seen in their weight to other forms of transport. An e-rideable is less than 25 kilos, motorbike around 200 kilos, and cars that you may see strewn across a cycleway is 1 to 2 tonnes, which, yes, definitely wouldn't be acceptable. Also, I think we have a very good operator. They appear to be of a higher standard, and they've shown commitment in the 21-month trial in addressing community concerns of littered helmets, illegal parking and toppled scooters.
I need to wrap you up.
So I would encourage you all to vote in favour of the, well, no, not in favour of this one, but
Just be clear.
yes, of the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kennedy. Do I have a speaker for? A speaker against?
Sorry.
You speaking for or against?
Speak for.
For.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. For this motion?
No.
For the alternative recommendation in front of you, just to be clear.
I'd like to make a comment on the excellent arguments constructed by Councillor Kennedy. Now, I'm not sure if it's just a generational thing, being conservative. I did used to ride a skateboard, and boy, was that dangerous. And yes, the skateboard went everywhere and saw a lot of accidents. I'm just concerned about on balance, because there are definitely pros and cons across this argument, that on balance, this community is not quite ready to receive or embrace the e-scooters in sufficient number such that the culture of the community will enforce or require the safety issues and the litter of these things to really be, brought into line. So it's been a good trial, and to extend the trial was worthy as well, and the arguments put as well, but I don't think at this point, and I stress that at this point, I'm not saying it won't in the future, it doesn't outweigh the negatives, and I guess the biggest negative we have to be mindful of is listening to that community view. So well done, but at this point I'm voting against having e-scooters continue in our community at this point in time.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Lee.
Thank you. I would just like to address some of the comments, points that were made by my almost learned colleague, Councillor Ryan. Yes, we ran a survey and we had 1,226 responses. That is 3% of our population. That's not a lot. After the trial was extended, the community were asked again. We had 185 responses. That's about 0.02%. So potentially we could draw the assumption that the community are more accepting of the service and concerns are being addressed. We also have the understanding that apathy is rife in all communities on many topics. So surveys are only one tool used to aid decision making. The data suggests that these scooters are well utilised by a broad cross-section of the local community as well as visitors, and until we have more options in terms of public transport, these hireable e-scooters are addressing a need in this cost of living crisis. If I could just point out that the information from SJA, you can't consider the turnout of a Priority 1 ambulance in accessing the accurate data for this. St John's have very specific criteria of what is a Priority 1 when they turn out an ambulance. It's if someone's got chest pain, if it's a car v car, if it's a fall over 3 metres. It doesn't matter if the carvey car is a bingle in a car park. It doesn't matter if a chest pain is from a pulled intercostal muscle. If you want to get accurate data, you need to look at the priority ones when they pick up these patients and take them to hospital. That will give you the accurate data. And the stats from SJA also don't differentiate between personal scooters and hireable scooters. So the data there is flawed. To draw comparisons between the City of Busselton and the City of Melbourne, I don't want to state the obvious, but population is a little bit different. So drawing comparisons to Melbourne seems somewhat inconsistent considering the population, the demographics, the topography. City of Melbourne's got lots of hills. We don't even teach people to do hill starts in a car here because we don't have any. And availability of
Councillor
public
Lee,
transport.
can you just take your seat, please? 2 seconds, sorry.
Yes.
I'm going to address the gallery here. I've listened to a lot of chatter in the background, and I'd really appreciate if there is silence, particularly when the councillors are debating. I've waited enough time on this, so please, no more talking if you can. Or if you need to talk, please leave the chambers. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Lee, if you'd like to return.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought I'd done something wrong with the sirens and sit down and thought it was me. I wear many hats in this community. One of them is teaching people to drive. There are a lot of people in this community who don't know how to drive, who don't have a licence. They rely on these to get to work, not just to get into town to support local businesses, but to get to work, to be able to earn a living, to be able to feed their families. These are an important need in our community, and they're not ideal. And I must preface by saying that in my support of keeping e-scooters, I'm taking a big risk because were it not for the fact that I'm perfect in every other way, my mother would disown me because she hates them. But I have to look at what the broader community are looking at, and the data is telling us that 170,000 trips, 44,000 unique users, lots of kids are using these to get to their part-time jobs after work, to get to sport after work. They are servicing a need. Until we have more options with public transport, I'm afraid they need to stay.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Do I have a speaker for?
May I ask a question?
You may ask a question, Councillor Windisch.
Of Director Pearson. The survey number of people as a percentage, with your expertise in this area, would that be regarded as a statistically significant percentage? Sorry for the no notice question.
Probably need to qualify that I'm not an expert in this area. The survey number, I believe, was in the 1,000 odd, 1,300. All I can offer is that based on previous surveys with approximately that sort of response rate, those surveys have had a fairly high level of confidence. So that's all I can offer, is that previous surveys with similar response rates have been considered to have a fairly high level of confidence. But I'm not a statistical expert on surveys, and I'm not across that particular survey.
So if I may, go on, Councillor.
I think maybe so, yeah, probably made an assumption there about person's background, so perhaps the directing through the chair and the CEO might be a better way forward.
Sorry, probably the only thing I will add, just in thinking that through, is it will depend on whether it's I guess a random sample survey or an opt-in survey. So the previous survey I'm referring to is a random sample, and it has been weighted and is probably more valid for that reason. I don't know exactly what this survey was. Okay. I assume it was opt-in.
Thank you, Director Pearson. Do I have to speak for this motion? Speaker against? Councillor Love?
I had internally debated on whether I would speak for or against this motion, as it is quite a controversial one in our community. Though I would like to give recognition to Councillor Kennedy's points, and that is why I'll be speaking against this. as a resident of Busselton who did not get her licence until she was 23 as a result of growing up in quite a troubled home with parents that did not have the time or the cars or anything necessary to help me get my licence, I had struggled quite a lot growing up in Busselton, trying to get from job to job and going from university and everything else and what have you in TAFE and everything. And it was quite cumbersome working the bus system, and I think we still need to do work in that area. And so that is why I'm supportive of this motion, of the officer's recommendation, and urge councillors to vote against Councillor Ryan's alternative. As has previously been mentioned during debate, these e-scooters tend to be used by the younger population, the younger demographic. We have heard from the owner of Neuron Mobility that they have data that over 44,000 unique users, so that is individual users, not a combination of people, those or individuals have used this. That represents quite an uptake in our community, considering that our community only has about 44,000 residents. Obviously, I'm taking in consideration that tourists would be using these facilities as well, not just our residents. Though we've talked about the survey, the previous survey data, and I do concede that 62% of residents did not support the current e-scooter. However, we did see that the survey data reflected that a significant proportion of representation of the respondents were aged 65 to 74. So despite this population and that population demographic, it used to represent quite a large population and quite a large demographic of the Busselton area. But as times have progressed and FIFO families have moved into the area, this demographic has moved, and it is actually about maybe roughly 14% of the total population of the city of Busselton. And so that's where I start to get a bit skewed and a bit unsure, because they had heavily influenced this survey so drastically that it doesn't really, in my personal opinion, give a very good indication of the whole usage and the whole resident and communities feel towards e-scooters. As we all know, people tend to pick up the phone or send an email or jump on the surveys if they've got a complaint, not if they like something. I've worked in customer service for many years. People don't come up to you to tell you you've done a good job. They only come up to you really to tell you what you could do to improve and where you could have gone to make things better. I really do think Neuron Mobility has worked alongside with the city to try and mitigate these issues. We've heard about speeding, and that gets brought up. However, we know that these hireable scooters have speed controls and limits put in place. They can't speed in our city on those scooters. The speeding is a result of personal e-scooters. We know that a lot of the issues that come to us through our different communication channels, via email, via getting propositioned on the street, that a lot of the issues surrounding e-scooters actually are in relation to personal e-scooters, not so much of the hiring e-scooters, because they do have those safety mechanisms installed in them. So that is why I am supportive of the officer's recommendation and urge councillors to vote against this, just as we need to provide some sort of transport for our younger demographic in the city.
Do I have a speaker for? Speak against? I wasn't going to speak, but having listened to what I feel is a comprehensive debate, and the facts that were brought forward, there were council decision-making, and I spread this around a little while ago. It's about, firstly, strategic direction. We do not have a transport system here, or taxis or Ubers. And as councillors, we have to make some tough decisions. And if these numbers are showing what they do, A, we are offering a service to the tourists that come here, but also, as we've seen, a lot of people, a lot of kids use these to get to work. You can see that the foreshore, we are set up, we're a beautiful flat area. We're just last month, we're going through putting forward a motion to look into running a bus service that the City of Busselton will be potentially paying for because we have no service. This is a free service. We don't pay for this. If anything, I think we probably get a small amount of money from a licence. The stats, I've spoken directly with the police, they don't have a problem with it. People don't wear helmets, but it's not the hireables, it's everyone. No one wears helmets on bikes or anything. I see it all the time. When I was in Perth, I used to wear a helmet all the time because the police would pick you up for it. Unfortunately, that's not the case down here. So I guess you put your life in your own hands, but also they've got speed control. Certain areas you can only do 10 kilometres an hour. The ones that you can buy, you can decode them and do 60 kilometres. I've seen one guy doing over 60 kilometres an hour down Bustle Highway. As I said, we've got a strategic direction, and at the moment we have no other alternatives. So I believe that's something that we need to do. It's a service that we are offering the community. Yes, we should take the community's views on board. We have to. But also we as councillors are here to make the tough decisions. And it's easy to just bend over and do what as we spoke, the certain demographic may or may not say, but we also have a responsibility to the rest of the community as well. And yes, not everyone speaks, and as we know, only 34% of people even vote. And it is our choice and our responsibility to make these tough decisions. So therefore, I will not be going for this recommendation. I will be employing, basically saying, councillors, you need to go for the officer recommendation. Thank you. Speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor Beecroft, you have reserved your right.
Thank you. Where do I start? Okay, there's been a lot of good argument this evening. However, at the end of the day, the survey says the public doesn't want them. I appreciate the kids being able to get around to do whatever it is they need to do. What did they do before we had the e-scooters? I suspect they either walked or rode a bike. Now, when this came up, however many months ago it was, and the officer's recommendation was to get rid of them, that was pulled, and we had a debate, and the council decided to extend the trial. Within a week, in the first week after that council meeting, I personally was greeted by members of the public in Dunsborough at their disappointment in the fact that we decided to keep them. They don't want them. When we campaigned, every councillor here, when they campaigned, they stood up and said, we are going to be your voice. We are going to lead for you. We are going to advocate for you. We are going to listen to you. We are going to do what's best for you. But we're not. If we don't support this alternative motion, we're not. We're not doing what we said we would do. We are not keeping our word. If we can't keep our word, we don't deserve to occupy these seats. I would strongly recommend that you vote for this alternative recommendation. I'm debating with myself whether I'll put forward an alternative if this does not get up. And I will suggest an alternative motion if this doesn't get up, and that is at least get rid of them out of Dunsborough. I don't want them either. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beecroft. And now we have Councillor Ryan. You have your right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor. Interesting document that you've handed out. Two of them, I note, says, what does the community think? Were they provided with adequate information when providing feedback? And the risks. What type of risks are involved? Does it fit in with our risk tolerance level? Don't know about that. Councillor Love, the survey did reflect differing views. If you went back to the March resolution, it's in the minutes and agenda in there, the breakdown of the views. The younger demographic do not wear helmets. And contrary to what the Mayor said, the police don't particularly want them. It's just another headache. And they do not police helmets. It is supposed to be law that you wear your helmet, but our children generally do not wear them, and parents sometimes are a bad example, they don't either. And what happened to our kids actually using their legs for walking? And I agree with Councillor Beecroft on that. I remember as a kid, I used to have to walk miles from home to school and back again. But I thought that Neuron were also going to enforce the helmet wearing. That was in their last proposal that they put forward, but I've seen no example of that. And I agree also, again, with Councillor Beecroft that probably one of the highest complaints that has come to me, especially since we extended the trial, has been on these e-scooters. Councillors, I urge you to support this alternate recommendation and also support the community survey that said no.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Therefore, I put the motion in front of you. The alternative recommendation. All those in favour? All those against? Lost 6-3. I now go to the officers' recommendation. All right, so sorry, we've got an alternative, Councillor McNeish. Okay, so I now put the motion. Yeah. Councillor Manish, do you wish to put
Yes,
forward your motion?
Part number 3 I've added, as you can see on your screen. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor, sorry, I'm just 13. As it wasn't read out, I just want to read this, sorry, if that's all right. Okay, thank you. And that's seconded by Councillor Kennedy. Is there any opposition? There is opposition. Councillor McNeish, do you wish to put your motion?
Yes, thanks, sir. And thanks for the opposition so I can have my say. It's just a quick one. Look, knowing this issue probably was going to come down to the wire, well, that was my reading, and it was a very good debate. It's a very good pros and cons argument, as I noted before, in case it did get through, and I'm glad for many that it did. You know, this is going to benefit a lot of people. I just wanted to make sure that there was this cover-off point because we didn't actually see, as elected members, the instrument of the licence. So I have total faith in our in-house legal, but I just wanted the governance oversight role of the council to be publicly acknowledged that that's been dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNeish. Councillor Kennedy, you've seconded.
Yeah, the only thing I'm going to say here, just in relation to using your legs and riding your bike and walking for the e-scooters, this is just providing another option, because sometimes you've just got different circumstances. You can get to town in a car with your family, then you can just jump on an e-scooter home. It's just opening up the way that we think of transport. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kennedy. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Ryan.
I'm going to speak quickly in that I appreciate the sentiments of tightening this up, but I will be voting against it because I will not be supporting e-scooters in any way, shape or form. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. To speaker for? Speaker against? Yes, Councillor Beecroft, do you wish to, you have the opportunity to foreshadow again if you wish to, should this not get through.
Okay.
So you're speaking against the motion?
Okay. If this alternative fails, I'd like to foreshadow an alternative that the officer's recommendation is followed with the exception of Dunsborough. They're removed from Dunsborough.
Thank you, Councillor Beecroft. Is there a speaker for? Speaker against? You have your right of reply. I've kept up to speed on this one. Councillor Kennedy already spoke.
It's well noted. And,
I know it's rare, but could have reserved your right.
And nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, I put the motion forward in front of you, the alternative recommendation put by Councillor Rees. All those in favour? All those against? The carried 7-2. Move on to item. I see why now. It's a big document this year, this week. Okay, item 13.3 is the proposed marine discovery building lease terms. This item was pulled by Councillor Ryan, so her alternative recommendation will go first. This is item 13.3. Just give you a little time to read the alternative recommendation is in front of you. It's quite a long one. Well, the changes are. Councillor Ryan, do you wish to put the motion?
I move the motion as put.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lee? Oh no, sorry. Councillor McNeish? Is there any opposition? Seeing there's no opposition, I put the motion. All those in favour? Motion carried 9-0. Item 14.1. This item was pulled by Councillor Kennedy. As in accordance with clause 10.5 of the standing orders, I propose to break down the motion into 6 parts to be separately considered. Just to let the gallery know, we've had a number of different alternatives on various parts of this motion. So I will firstly be putting forward. So we have item 14.1, and I'll call them part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for clarity. So part 1 is being highlighted. So do I have a mover for part 1 of this motion? Moved Councillor Ryan. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lee. Is there any objection? If not, I put the motion. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Part 1. So if councillors wish to put forward an alternative, they would do that by voting against and then putting forward their alternative. So I now move to item 14.1, part 2. In terms of the offer, the council supports the advocacy position that the sector supports a 4-year term on an all-in, all-out basis. Do I have a mover? If we don't have a mover, we won't put forward a motion. We will just not be advocating for this, if that's what... Yeah, that's correct. So if that's not moved, we won't, it'll be removed from this recommendation. So we won't have an advocacy position on it.
Yes.
And councillor.
Ask a question? Oh, sorry. The obvious question, isn't it? Oh, I'm in behind Anne. She's up.
I'm happy to move. Council supports the advocacy position that the sector continues to support 4-year terms with a 2-year spill.
Seconded.
So you'll have to move this motion, then speak against it, really. Sorry. Councillor Kennedy will move it if that makes it easier for us. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Sure. Councillor Kennedy, thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ryan. Do I have any opposition? Yep. Okay, I will clarify. So at the moment, this is what the motion, the part of the motion that is in front of us is that we will be voting on a 4-year term so that if somebody wants to put an alternative in, they can do that during debate.
Perhaps then we can have the words put in, the new words.
Yeah,
Right.
well, as soon as somebody gives me those additional words. So I'm just going through the procedure. So we have a mover in Councillor Kennedy. We have a seconder in Councillor Ryan. Okay, is there any opposition? We have opposition to Councillor Love. Therefore, Councillor Kennedy, please put your item forward as written. Thank you very much. Councillor Ryan, do you wish to... Yeah, so you're going to foreshadow now, Councillor Ryan. Well, I've got to... So the seconder speaks. And at that point, I would advise Councillor Ryan that she puts forward a foreshadow.
So I'd like to foreshadow that Council supports the advocacy position that the sector continues to support 4-year terms with a 2-year spill.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Well, shall I change the wording? Yeah.
Foreshadowing, so you're still going to have to... Sorry, I'll get Ben.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I think I'll just explain it to councillors because we're going to go through a few of these. We'll go through a for and against at this point. We'll vote for it. If this item that is in front of you, highlighted in yellow, fails, then we will move to Councillor Ryan's foreshadow.
That's what I thought we were doing.
As I said, it was going to be a complicated one, this one. Okay, so do I have a seconder to speak? You don't. Councillor Ryan's spoken. See, that's what I'm saying. Okay, is there a speaker against? Councillor Love.
I'll just be very brief as it seems that all of council is on the same page with this one. Sorry, I'll just get to my reasonings. But essentially the reason why I am speaking against the 4-year terms on an all-in, all-out basis is, although unlikely, it is possible with the officer's recommendation that there could be a council which consisted of entirely new councillors. This would be catastrophic, as when most people join council, it takes at least a minimum of 6 months to a year, if not longer, to just get used to the meeting processes, how strategic documents inform one another, planning legislation and budgeting. Important strategic documents like planning schemes, strategies and policies, budgets, long-term financial plans, etc. need to be reviewed and implemented. Some of these documents are done annually, some biannual, others can be reviewed further down the track. So hypothetically, there could be a situation where every elected member decided not to run again or did not get elected back in, and the council would consist of all new councillors. Elections fall in October, and then we start the budgeting process around April to release the budget around July, August. This would give new councillors a whole 6 months to comprehend the budgeting process, alongside other strategic documents like our council plan, which tend to inform what projects require funding within the annual budget. I know this is a risk. I know this risk is minimal. However, I do believe it is better to be safe than sorry.
Speaker 4? I'll speak for. Only that statistically, when councillors go for re-election, 46% get back in. That's the stats. So you would potentially, sorry? So you would, yeah. So potentially you would still always get four generally back in. If you look at state and federal governments, they do a spill all at the same time. It would save us probably about $100,000 because we wouldn't be going to election every 2 years, plus the amount of time it takes for the administration, as we're well aware, to pick up to speed. I've been on council 5 years, and I know that it takes every 2 years, it takes us a year to get back up to speed, and that's the absolute truth. So I know there is that potential risk, but also there's a risk. I've seen mayors coming in with absolutely zero, Basil Zemplis, zero experience altogether. And it is the role of the administration to bring people up to speed as best they can. I think it would almost be absolutely, I think the odds of it happening would be extremely rare, but if it did do, I think that would be because the community are bluntly saying, we don't want this council anymore. So I think I would actually say it's not such a bad thing. At the end of the day, it's just for advocacy to go forward with our motion, but just wanted to make those points. Thank you. Speaker against?
Sorry, could I just ask a question?
You may ask a question.
The $100,000 figure.
Yep.
Can you quantify that?
Okay, I'll actually probably, well, I'll go through the CEO because I may have just. I think it was a roundabout figure, I'll be honest, but I know it was 80,000 last time to do. And well, actually, what did the whole election last year cost?
It's about 180,000.
180?
That was the WAEC cost, and then you've got staff costs on top, which were about 15,000 roughly.
Okay, so nearly 200,000. I apologise, and I retract that 100,000. I revert it with the 195,000. Thank you. Okay. Seconder, who was this? Speaker for? Speaker against? Speaker for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I initially actually was going to support the 4-year terms for the 2-year spill, but actually having listened to what the Mayor just outlined, the fact that we could potentially every 2 years save nearly $200,000 has compelled me to think that I do support actually the 4-year terms on an all-in, all-out, because I do agree, like the Mayor, I have been in council for 5 years now and I have seen the resources that are necessary every 2 years, every time we have a new council, to induct new councillors. It is a huge impost on their time and resources, and also it would seem a huge financial impost. I was not aware of the statistic that 46% of councillors are re-elected. It's also a compelling argument. So Therefore, I will actually support the officer recommendation for a 4-year term on an all-in, all-out basis. And I would urge councillors to think very carefully about this one, as I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Speaker against? Councillor Lee?
I wasn't going to speak to this, but having listened to Councillor Cox earlier today regarding the people who are currently on council and giving rise to our role as people in our position to look at strategic direction and look at future trends. The makeup of council has changed significantly over the last 10 years in that we've gone from having retirees to actually having the benefit of having younger people. The youth, people who are working, I'm not counting you, sorry.
Point of order.
Yes, no. We have the benefit of having younger people, and that comes with its challenges. So whilst 46% of councillors who re-nominate get re-elected, the risk is that there are many councillors here who may not run again because there are competing opportunities. There may be factors where family circumstance means that they need to be at home so they can be on council. There might come a time where then they can go, okay, I now need to go for a higher paying position, and that doesn't give me time to be on council. So the risk is that there are some people on council now that may consider not running again. So then there is that risk of all in, all out. And I have considered the possibility that what if it was all in, all out? I wonder how effective that would be when the value of councillors who have some experience being able to mentor and encourage new councillors coming in. And I think that's a valuable role that existing councillors have. So I would just like you to consider the possibility that there are a number of people on council who may not nominate again, and therefore that would mean that potentially it could be a lot higher percentage of having a whole new council.
Speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor McNeish?
I speak against just quickly to note that offering people in the community a chance to become or to nominate and try out to be come up for election to be a councillor, an elected member, is a service that we must offer as part of a healthy democracy. So rather than wait 4 years, people complain. I say, well, you want to make a difference, get yourself elected. They don't have 4 years to wait, they have 2 years to wait. And anyone who wants to get off for family circumstances or all the rest of it, after being elected for a 4-year term, can then get off without causing an extra thing. So that point's an important one, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against? I think we've run out now. Speaker for? Right of reply to Councillor Kennedy. I'm not going to write this down again. Your right of reply, Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, no, I guess I've got nothing further to add to the debate.
Sure. Okay. Therefore, I put item point 2 of the that's in front of you forward for vote. All those in favour? All those against? Lost 6-3. Therefore, I now put forward Councillor Ryan's alternative. Hopefully this will be a quick one. Unless you, why don't you make it 7 years? Come on. Okay, I now put. I need to Councillor Ryan, would you like to move your point to alternative
As
recommendation?
moved. No, I'm just looking for my War and Peace book. No, as moved. I have nothing
Thank you very
to say.
much. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Lee. Is there any objection? If not, I put the motion. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you. We now move on to item 3, methods of voting. That the council supports the advocacy position that the sector supports optional preferential voting as the preferred voting method for general elections. All right, Councillor Kennedy, as you pulled this motion, we'll give you the first opportunity to move this point. Do you wish to move it? Thank you. Moved. Councillor Kennedy. I'm going to write this down this time if it gets confusing. Seconded. Councillor McNeish. Do I have any opposition? Councillor Ryan. Okay. Councillor Kennedy, would you like to put your motion, please?
As written.
Thank you very much. Do you want to, sorry, do you wish to speak to it?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Manish, would you like to speak as seconder?
Reserve my right.
You'll reserve your right. Thank you. Okay, do I have a speaker against? Councillor Ryan? You've got 5 minutes, go.
If you take my
5
book.
minutes.
Councillors, I don't support this method because we've heard tonight, we've had the actual facts, $180,000 for the election and $50,000 on staff costs. The first past the post was so much simpler, so much easier, and quite frankly, I believe the Electoral Commission were in disarray with the new voting system, and I just think that going back to the status quo with compulsory voting would be optimal. And I note, I think I stated earlier, that it was the then Premier, what was his name? Who suggested that optional preferential voting would bring more voters out. It didn't. So I commend my alternate motion to you. Do you need me to read it out, or do we know what it is?
I'd like to know what your alternate is.
It's on your...
Just so councillors can see, the alternative will be, do you wish to read that out?
And I think we need to just remove that the sector supports,
There's two sectors.
Just confirming that the sector supports.
Do you wish to read that, if you don't mind, just for the record?
Okay, so council supports the advocacy position that the sector supports first past the post as a preferred voting method for general election. If optional preferential voting remains as a primary method of voting, the sector supports the removal of the proportional part of the voting method for general elections.
Okay, thank you. So I will return now to the point 3 in front of us. Do I have a speaker for? You've seconded, Councillor Manish.
I did.
Sorry.
Yes,
Speaker against? Councillor Cox?
I'll just speak quickly. I agree with Councillor Ryan, having just gone through an election last year, I think, and having gone through an election both ways, first past the post and optional preferential. I think it's difficult enough to engage the community in local government elections. Trying to impose on them optional preferential voting is almost impossible to get them to understand. And whilst I do appreciate that that's how they do it in state and federal elections, it's much easier for them. I mean, parties are preferencing each other. It's much more difficult when you're running as an individual and you're paying for your own election campaign, trying to work out how you're going to preference other people or other people are going to preference you, and then trying to explain that to the community is nearly impossible. So I agree that it needs to be simplified and go back to the first past the post. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Speaker for? Speaker against? Right, seconder, you've reserved your right. Councillor Manish.
Excuse me.
Sorry? Oh,
I was going to speak against.
speak against? Okay. Councillor Love?
I am just going to concur with Councillor Cox and Councillor Ryan on the reasoning behind first past the post. Having watched the count last year for the elections, it turned into quite a disarray compared to when I got elected in. It's quite simple, it was a lot more time efficient and simple and easy to kind of work out who was placed where without having to do numerous recounts and everything like that. So that is why I would urge council to vote against this recommendation and vote in support of Councillor Ryan's alternative motion.
Thank you. Speaker for? Councillor Manish, you have your, you've reserved your right. You can speak for or against this motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I speak for point number 3 in front of you. Reason being, it's not about convenience on election night. It's not about massive additional cost. Might be a marginal cost because the counters here on that night go for an extra hour or two. What it does do is it acknowledges everyone's vote in a meaningful way contributing towards the result. First past the post means that those who don't receive a lot of votes, they're completely shut out of the vote and their vote doesn't matter at all. So there's a lot of work done to work out how best to harness the opinion of the community in its voting, and that research went into creating this new system so that everyone's vote counts in some way, shape or form to the result. That's an important element of a democracy. And so I would commend part 3 be supported in what the industry has given us to support in the OPV voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manish. Councillor Kennedy, your right of reply.
I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, I put... So, once again, I want to be clear with councillors. We are currently voting for the point 3 that is in front of you, and should this not get through, then we will be going for Councillor Ryan's alternative point 3 recommendation. Therefore, I put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? And it is lost 3-6. Sorry, did I? Lost 4-5. Oh, that's close. Okay, now Councillor Ryan, your alternative. Do you wish to put your alternative?
The alternative as put.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Beecroft. I'm just writing this down. Do I have any opposition? Oh, saves me. Okay, therefore I put the motion. All those in favour? Carried. 9-0. Moving on to item 4. Councillor Manish leaving the room. Councillor Kennedy, do you wish to put your point 4 forward? It's yours. You're stuck with it. You shouldn't have put your hand up. Point 4. Do I have... All right, let me just see. Can you read it out, please, for the record?
All right, so point number 4, internal elections. Council supports the advocacy position that the sector supports optional preferential voting as the preferred voting method for all internal elections.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Love. Is there any opposition? Councillor Ryan. Opposition. Okay. Councillor Kennedy, do you wish to speak to that point?
No, as written.
Thank you. Councillor Love, do you wish to Speak or reserve?
I'll just lightly touch on this. I think for internal elections, it is completely a different beast compared to voting, voting externally. Internal elections is for us to vote towards committees or for deputy mayor or what have you. Like Councillor McNish had said, this kind of gives a bit more of an indication of the preferences of people wanting to vote, not just a matter of who gets the most ticks. So I think this is easy done and easy for the staff to do this preferential voting, and that's why I would prefer it in a council setting.
Thank you. Councillor Love. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Ryan.
I'd like to speak against and foreshadow my alternate recommendation, which is Council supports the advocacy position that the sector supports first past the post as the preferred voting method for all internal elections.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor McNish.
I speak against. If we're going to have a uniform voting system throughout the industry, let's just have the uniform system. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker for? Speaker against? Had the right to reply. So your right to reply, Councillor Kennedy.
Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Therefore, I put forward the motion in front of us. All those in favour? All those against? 4-5 again. Lost 4-5. Councillor Ryan, do you wish to put your motion?
The
Point
motion
four.
as put, I don't think I need to speak to it. I think it's self-evident.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Beecroft, any opposition? If Councillor Ryan, do you wish to speak to your point? There was opposition. Councillor Love. This is a good test, this one. Councillor Ryan, do you wish to speak to your point?
No, I don't, except to elaborate on Councillor McNish's comments that this was the way we used to vote, and taking it back to a simple method makes it simple.
Okay. Councillor Beecroft.
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Opposition. Councillor Love.
I'd just like to reiterate all the arguments that we had in support for first past the post for number 4 are pretty much redundant when you talk about it as an internal elections, the whole cumbersome system of having to do recounts and everything like that. We're only counting 9 votes, and that is why I'm still in preference of optional preferential voting. I do concede and understand Councillor McNish's point on being uniform across the board, but I just think it saves us recounting ballots and re-voting. Say if somebody runs for deputy mayor and you get a split vote because 3 people have ran and one's gotten 1 vote and the other 2 have gotten 4 votes, it saves all that. I know it's not saving much time, but I just think it's for ease of efficiency. Yeah, that's all. I'll speak to it.
Thank you very much. Do I speak for? Speaker against? Councillor Beecroft, you have reserved your right. You may speak.
First past the post, it's pretty simple. Internal election. Even if you get 3 people and 2 are tied, the 3rd one's out, you have another vote. Simple.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan, your right of reply.
I have nothing further.
Okay, Therefore, I put forward the point 4 of the motion in front of you. All those in favour? I'm going to count this time. All those in favour of first past the post. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? 3. It is 163. Carried 6-3. Thank you. How many more have we got? Item 5. Voting accessibility. So, Councillor Kennedy, do you wish to put forward your item 5?
Yes. So, am I just moving? Or do I speak? I'm speaking?
Yeah, no, if you just, could you read it out so everyone's aware of what we're
Okay, so voting accessibility, council supports the advocacy position that the sector supports the option to hold general elections through online voting, postal voting and in-person voting.
Thank you. Councillor Kennedy. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Lee. Is there opposition? There is opposition. Councillor Manish. Okay, therefore, Councillor Kennedy, could you speak to this point?
Yes, so I'd just like to mention the local government review panel. The final report recommends number 24, provision in the new Act for electronic/online voting to be introduced in the future once the integrity of the process can be assured, including allowing for a pilot. So this amendment is just mainly to continue to explore options of online voting. It's not necessarily advocating that we jump straight into it. And a lot of these arguments tonight, I just want to reiterate the review and report focused from the Western Australian Electoral Commission was finding evidence of rising cost and a reduction in service of conducting local government elections in Western Australia. There's many methods to do online voting, and that's the point of exploring what they are. I mean, one method has been blockchain, which is a growing technology. We're starting to see a lot more familiarity and acceptance around that. The Reserve Bank of Australia is looking at implementing blockchain into their financial system. So it's just showing the legitimacy of that technology. Online voting can be more transparent and secure than postal and in-person voting. As we've been discussing tonight, compulsory voting and also optional preferential voting is time-consuming and costs a lot of money. If we, worked out if online voting was really good, we wouldn't have to worry about those problems because online voting would solve that. So we wouldn't need to consider whether it would cost a lot of money or whether it's, take a lot of time. So, yes, I am proposing what's in front of you and encourage you to just investigate online voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kennedy. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Speaker against? Councillor Ryan.
I'd like to speak against and also foreshadow the officer's recommendation, which is the removal of the words online voting.
Thank you.
Interesting, you should raise the issue of recommendation 24, Councillor Kennedy. It's part of the parliamentary inquiry that I've been referring to and which will come up in my notice of motion. But it also goes on to state online voting The Local Government Review Panel final report made 65 recommendations and 24 stated the provision in the new Act for electronic online voting to be introduced in the future once the integrity of the process can be assured, including allowing for a pilot. They then go on to say there is no need for this recommendation when electronic voting is safe, reliable and protects the sanctity of the privacy of each vote. If a government so chooses, it will be adopted regardless of what provisions there are in the Local Government Act. Councillors, I urge you to vote against online voting and stay with the status quo.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Do I have a speaker for? Speaker for? Against? Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Just quickly, I'm voting against. I think online voting will occur in the future. I think it probably will has to because of the blockchain security. But I note that this sentence is not conditioned. It doesn't say if and when security and it just says explore options. So I'm not comfortable with that. And the other thing is that if it's going to be online voting, for me, that's the only method. We move totally to that, we get ready for it, we check the security and we go bang. There's no postal and the whole other bit, it's just the one uniform method. So as this is worded, I can't vote for it.
Thank you. Speaker for? Speaker against? Speaker against. Councillor Love?
I urge all council to vote against Councillor Kennedy's alternative recommendation here, just as I believe that the IT industry as a whole at the moment just is not, we cannot guarantee cyber security. We've seen it's happened to Optus, it's happened to, I think, even Medicare or Medibank or one of those ones. It's happened to very large reputable companies. It puts extra pressure onto our IT systems, and there's no guarantees or idea of how this would roll out. Who's going to implement this online integration? Who's going to build this online election IT system? Are we going to then have to bear that cost and find that IT expert that's going to do that? Or will the Electoral Commission do that for us? We don't know. Until we've got some more certainty, and I concur with Councillor McNish, I do see this as something that will occur in the future, but we need to have the proper cybersecurity technology in place and know that we as a city are going to be able to uphold those security protections for our residents.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor Lee, you've reserved your right.
Yes. Thank you. We've already unanimously agreed on advocacy for compulsory voting. So we now need to make it as easy as possible for people to vote. So we now have, as a majority, agreed that we've taken one small step in allowing people to get to their polling booth on an e-scooter. Yay us. I know, it's going to be carnage. However, in considering online voting, it absolutely should be a consideration and an option for people to make it easier. Is that time now? No. Cybersecurity is not there yet. We have seen, as Councillor Love pointed out, various organisations that have significant data be breached in cybersecurity. To have our electoral roll online and at risk of being breached is a risk too great at this stage. So we'll just at this point allow people to get there by e-scooter, and we'll see what happens to technology in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Kennedy, your right of reply.
Yeah, I'll just mention on cybersecurity, it's difficult to grasp how blockchain works, but one of the concepts is that it's very stable, and they explain how you break it, and once it's broken, you know that it's broken. So yeah, I mean exploring that route seems very good, and the sooner you explore it, the sooner we can more look into compulsory voting. But I do commend Councillor McNish's words that it is a bit confusing. It does state that let's get into online voting. So I'm also a bit hesitant into how it is written. So hopefully they keep moving in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. I put forward the motion or the point 5 of the motion as seen before. All those in favour? All those against? Lost 9-0. Councillor Ryan, do you wish to put forward point 5?
I don't think point 5, yes. I just also want to point out that...
Just move the...
I'll move the motion, yeah, I do.
Just
yeah,
move the
I'll
point.
move
Thank
it.
you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Beecroft seconded. Do I have any opposition? If not, you can sit down,
I'm not
Councillor Ryan.
pointing anything out then.
I put the motion. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you. Sorry to stop you there, Councillor Ryan. Final point 6, the method of election of mayor. Councillor Kennedy, would you speak to your point? Or do you wish to move the motion, move the point?
Yes, I'll move it.
Move the point
I
as
wish
written.
to move the motion, the point as written. Thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Love. Is there any opposition? Feel like I have to disclose a conflict of interest here at the moment. No. Okay then, being no opposition, I'll put the motion forward. All those for? All those against? It's carried 8-1. Right, thank you. Now I'll move on. I will ask Council if they're happy to continue without a break. If there is, I'll have to run a procedural motion, that's all. But we will continue then. Thank you. I'll have to, yeah, it'll be a procedural. If you wish to move that procedural motion to defer for 5 minutes, isn't it, a deferral?
Yeah, maybe just set a time.
Yeah, look, I will have to set a time, so is 5 going to be ridiculous, or do you wish to go? Sorry? So 8 o'clock? We'll return at 8 o'clock, so just a minute, I have to vote on this, so 10? Just, please, just let us get this right, because it has to be done correctly. So, there is a procedural motion from Councillor Ryan to defer the meeting for 10 minutes. Do I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Love. Is there any dissent? If not, I put the motion that we return here at 8 o'clock. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you. Please return by 8 o'clock. That gives you 9 minutes now, because we took longer doing that. Still got a long way to go.
It's good practice for the second half of the meeting.
Okay, I'll now move on to item 14.2, Council Plan 24 to 34. This item has been pulled by Councillor Ryan and Councillor Love and Councillor McNeish. Now, what we have in front of us is a amalgamation of all of these. So again, what I am suggesting is we break them into points. So firstly, I will, Councillor Ryan, can I have confirmation that you are happy to move this motion that is now in front of us? Councillor Ryan.
I'm happy to move.
Sorry. Ah, my apologies. I now put forward a motion to reopen the meeting. Do I have a mover? Councillor McNeish, seconded Councillor Craig. Is there any opposition? All those against? No, so all those forward? Put the motion, carried 9-0. Thank you. I now move on to item number 14.2, which is the Council Plan 24 to 34. This item has been pulled by Councillor Ryan, also pulled by Councillor McNeish and Councillor Love. And what we have done, what you can see in front of you, is a amalgamation of all the councillors' alternative recommendations. I will now ask Councillor Ryan to move this motion, if she is happy to, with these amendments, this alternative recommendation.
Am I moving the whole thing or just my number one objective?
Sorry, before you start, do you want delete item 3, delete action 10.4? Is that right?
That's your alternative. Yeah. So that is Councillor Love's. This is getting.
Perhaps can I suggest,
Sorry,
while
Councillor Pearson? Sorry.
Oh, Councillor
Director Pearson.
I think Councillor Ryan offered to move the entire all
so
of them.
Councillor Ryan, if you're happy with everything in that,
And
the only thing I'd note is you'll need a seconder who's happy with everything in that.
I think the intention from the mayor might be to do it as a complex motion in parts.
Okay.
Okay, we've still got the word delete as the first line of item 3.
Well, when that point comes up, we can put an
But the original
alternative.
one was action 10.4 being, I'd include, okay, I'll let you do it, yep.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Ryan, are you happy to put forward this amended alternate recommendation?
I would be ecstatic to do that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Do I? Well, we've got to, we will do it in points, but I want to make sure that everyone's happy with what is like, as we were before with the last item.
Yeah, sorry,
Yes.
I was just sort of saying we've got to move, you're after a second.
Yeah, I'm after a seconder. So do I have a seconder? Councillor McNeish. Okay. Now, what I will do, as this is a complex motion with a number of amendments and alternatives, I will go through each one separately as we have done before. I'd like to say keep the speeches quick. Okay, so therefore, and as per last time, I will have to ask Councillor Ryan to put these motions, these points of this alternative recommendation forward individually. Councillor Ryan, I'm just taking advice, 2 seconds. Now we'll go through the parts. Are you happy to move part 1, councillor Ryan?
I am.
Do I have a
As to it.
seconder for part 1? I have a seconder. Is there any objection? There is objection, therefore councillor Ryan, do you wish to put your point 1 forward?
Councillors, as we've learnt over recently especially, words mean something. Words mean everything. And the use of this word irks me, because what is affordable for you may not be affordable for me. It's a term that's been wheeled out by planners and fluffy documents for a long time now. And when I researched what the word means, from the dictionary it says, if something is affordable, it's priced reasonably and you have enough money to buy it. Your friends might be jealous that the bike you bought at a yard sale was so affordable. If you live in an affordable city, it means that rents aren't too high and most of its residents, and if you buy an affordable dinner for yourself, it doesn't cost too much. The adjective affordable can either mean cheap or it can imply that even if it's expensive, you have enough money to easily buy it. So in the actual wording, I believe it's enough to be saying that there's a general use of housing stock, because we can't dictate to the community that we're going to give them something affordable when we don't, and we can't dictate to developers anything other than a range of housing stock. We can't say you must give them something affordable. And so that's basically the rationale for removing the word affordable, because it no longer is that meaning of something that we can easily afford. Neither Busselton nor Dunsborough nor Yallingup nor Eagle Bay affords us anything that is affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Ryan. Councillor McNeish.
Am I right?
Opposition. Speaker against? Councillor Lee.
Thank you. As a rule of thumb, housing is usually considered affordable if it costs less than 30% of gross household income. In this context, affordable housing refers to housing that is being developed with some assistance from the state, local and/or Commonwealth governments, including through planning incentives. So as we've heard, wording is important. And it's critically important that we leave the word affordable in this context. When asked about customer input, please bear with me. When asked about customer input in the development of the Ford Model T, Henry Ford said, if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. The underlying message is they wanted to get to their destination faster. That's talking about motor vehicles, but we're talking about housing. If we ask people what they want, they would say, I want somewhere stable and affordable to live. So then we need to be reliant upon and make it possible to have visionaries, entrepreneurs, innovators and disruptors come up with alternate housing solutions. So we need to keep the word affordable there. So in the context of local government, we are putting it to those visionaries, entrepreneurs, innovators and disruptors to come up with affordable housing solutions. So we don't know what that is yet. We're relying on people to come up with that. Knowing the underlying problem and need gives these visionaries, entrepreneurs, innovators and disruptors a much higher chance of success in developing a solution that fills the need. We know we need housing that people can afford to live in. So we need to let people be creative in how we supply that housing. Sand is a finite resource. Gravel is a finite resource. Water is a finite resource. Just because we've always built 4x2 homes, brick and tile, doesn't mean that's how it's always got to be. And we need to make sure there is space for affordable alternate options. And Councillor Ryan and I have spent much time discussing this. When Councillor Ryan says, what's affordable to me might not be affordable to you. And that is entirely accurate. And it's indeed why the word needs to stay in there, so it is an option that other people can come up with ideas of how to have affordable housing as well as diverse housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Do I have a speaker for? Speaker against? Speaker against.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll rise quickly to speak against this. I concur with Councillor Lee with regard to keeping the word affordable into the community plan. I think you have to take away the literal meaning of affordable in this case, because unfortunately, governments have tied the word affordable to housing, and it's linked to many state and federal policies and public and private partnerships. And whether we like it or not, it is become a catchphrase that the community understands. Now, whatever your personal perception of what is or is not affordable, I don't think that I think if you take the word affordable housing out to the community and ask what it means to them, they have a very clear idea of what it means. I think we just have to take the literal meaning out of it and keep it in so that we can. It does imply that there will be a diverse option of housing. It doesn't guarantee, diverse housing options doesn't guarantee cheaper or affordable housing options, but having the word affordable in there, I concur with Councillor Lee, does perhaps give someone the opportunity to maybe come up with some options for affordable. We all know that maybe it doesn't apply to the city of Busselton in the realistic, conventional sense, but it's what might be affordable for people who live in the city might be different to what's affordable to people elsewhere. But I think universally, people have an idea of what affordable housing means to them, locally, at a state and a federal level. So I think that we should keep it in because I believe that it's obviously a word that came up in the community consultation, and that's why the staff have recommended that we have it in the plan. So I would not be supportive of taking it out. I would be supportive of the council, of the staff recommendation, and to leave it in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Do I have a speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor McNeish, your right of... sorry, you've reserved your right.
I was speaking against. Thank you.
Too
I
slow.
did put my hand up and I...
You're speaking against?
Yep.
Councillor Love.
I'm just going to reiterate what Councillor Lee had suggested, that in a planning context, we know that affordable housing generally means that generally refers to the relationship between income and housing costs, and is a relationship that allows a household to afford its other essential needs. Figures like 30%, no more than 30% of your income on housing tend to be the measurements and calculations for affordable housing. And I would disagree that local government doesn't have levers to pull in providing or guiding developers to provide affordable housing. We know that in the urban areas and metro areas that they actually do allow concessions for their developers to potentially add on additional height if they provide affordable or low-income housing or housing for nurses, teachers, frontline staff. So I don't necessarily agree that local government doesn't have a role to play in affordability. And as the officer's comment has suggested, that throughout the surveys, affordability was a wording that had came up, and that is the reason why it was included in the objective wording. And I also agree with Councillor Lee that for us, especially in Busselton and Dunsborough areas, for us to be able to see some sort of movement in that affordable housing arena, I personally believe that local government needs to be a bit more proactive on working with both state government and developers in providing this necessary need to our community. Unfortunately, Australia views housing as an investment. Housing should actually be a human basic right. Everyone has a right to having a house over their head.
Thank you, Councillor Love. Speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor McNeish, you have reserved your right.
Before I exercise my right, I'd like to propose an amendment. Which
You may.
I believe I can't do if I start to speak.
Yes,
Am I
certainly.
right? The amendment is that the word affordable be changed to at cost. And I'll explain that if it's
Okay,
seconded.
so Councillor Ryan, do you accept Councillor McNeish's... Don't we vote on this now? Your change? Or it's an amendment or it's...
Just to clarify, so Councillor McNish, the amendment you're proposing is to item 1 to remove the word affordable and replace it with at cost. And so we'll need a seconder for...
Yes, you'd need a seconder. And just to clarify, that would then be the statement, or the objective statement, would be promote planning and development that supports responsible growth, diverse and at cost housing choices. And you'll need a seconder first. We just need to clarify what the actual amendment would be. So the amendment is to basically not to remove the word affordable, but to include, remove the word affordable, replace it with at cost. In the original statement in the plan, that would have been promote planning and development that supports responsible growth, at cost and diverse housing choices and attractive, functional and well-connected neighbourhoods. So that's how it would read in the plan. Okay, so growth and include responsible growth, after responsible growth. Yeah, and then where it says so it reads, if you probably it would. Yeah, so Kamal, if you just move including at cost to in front of diverse. At cost and diverse housing choices. So that's how it would read in the plan. So I guess if there's a seconder for that amendment, that can be debated.
Am I able to ask a point of clarification?
Should ascertain first
Well,
whether there is a seconder for the
I need a seconder for
amendment.
this first. Do I have a seconder for this? Being no seconder, you've got a question though, I thought. All right, okay, sure. Well, okay, sure. Okay, firstly, Councillor Manish, you can speak to your...
Hopefully this
amendment.
answers the question. Affordable is a relative term, as no one really can disagree with that. And contextually, what's affordable in the west of the district is pretty different to what's affordable in the east of the district. So I'm trying to come up with a word that encapsulates the aspiration, which has merit, in trying to incentivise developers and the state and any other party that has any influence over the housing process to come up with some at-cost product. You can't do it cheaper than at cost. Now, it's been done recently, about a week ago in Melbourne, where they had a whole heap of units, and I wish I could remember the name of Nightingale City or something like that, and it was done at cost. 1, 2 and even 3 bedroom stuff, and it was pretty austere, but it was very adequate and people were very happy, and they did a raffle or a lottery to, if anyone saw the show. So trying to get past the definition and the politicisation of the word affordable and trying to come up with something that has defined meaning, because you can't, if it's cost, it's cost. There it is. And you can't do it any cheaper than that, unless we start talking about subsidisation, and that's probably not within our realm. So we can articulate the situation where we want developers to come in, and there would have to be probably state involvement, and I think they'd be happy to go for it. So I think it's worthwhile to consider changing a word that we could debate all night to something that is an absolute and seems to fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNish. Councillor Lee, do you wish to speak to this?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Is there a speaker against? Speaker for?
I'm going to speak to the amendment, but if I can just clarify that the word affordable has been taken out. Thank you. I'm going to speak for this, and noting the officers actually agree with the wording of affordability, and they state affordability is a relative term with the state government's WA Housing Strategy 2030, defining affordable housing as households spending no more than 30% of income on housing. Tell me who does that. On a mortgage, on a rental, tell me if anybody does that. And it also goes on to say affordability, therefore, is difficult to deliver and measure through the planning and development framework. The framework instead promotes diverse housing choice that would be promoted along with attractive, functional and well-connected neighbourhoods. For this reason, officers do not object to the amendment. And yes, Councillor McNish, I saw that show, although I did note that one of the units, which was a 2-bedroom, was $500,000. So I'm not sure that that's affordable, but I agree with the intent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Do I have a speaker against?
I have a question on the including at cost towards Director Barber, if possible. If that's okay with the Chair.
You may ask a question of clarification, if that's the case.
Just giving us a bit of your planning oversight. Have you ever seen at cost in planning legislation, state planning definitions, any, what's your thought process on us using at cost? Whereas, myself, just compare, in comparison to like a planning legislation definition terminology, just
Through the Mayor, it's not a term used in planning. I think I understand the concept. I don't know that you could require it through planning any more than you could probably require affordability. But I think we'd also need to be mindful that this is the community plan and not a planning document. So this is about the council's aspirations for its community. So I guess there's a distinction there.
And if I may, with your planning expertise, I know that I view affordable and at cost different. You know, at cost is indicating that a developer or an organisation is not going to profit at all, whereas affordable's saying that there's potentially profit involved, it's just not at the
I
detriment.
think, councillors, we're starting to get
Well,
into...
I'm just wondering, like, the terminology of the two. You know, one, I just wanted a bit of commentary between the two terminologies.
In planning legislation, it's of no relevance, really.
Yeah. So, do I have a speaker against? Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, I do think words mean a lot, and sometimes it's good to be a bit broader. I think this one's a bit too prescriptive, considering we don't have any actions in this objective, you know, at implementing something at cost. I think affordable, yeah, was a pretty good generic term. And as Councillor Love mentioned, you know, there are levers that we can do to alter that. So I'm happy with the word affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for? Speaker against?
Just as I still have a bit of confusion and contention over affordable versus at cost. In my eyes, in my personal opinion, at cost means that the developers or whoever's coming to the table are not going to profit at all, which we know why would they provide something at cost if they're not going to profit. I feel much more comfortable with affordable, aligns with what the community sentiment was for. It still indicates to developers that there is the potential for some sort of profit. And like I mentioned previously, before this amendment, we as a local government can pull on levers, allow for high allowances if necessary, if we feel it's relevant to be able to incentivise to developers to provide affordable housing. I highly doubt that any developer is going to provide at-cost housing. Simple as that, sorry.
Okay, councillors, I'll put the amendment. All those for?
Oh, sorry, if you haven't got any more, sorry. You've still got more.
Wow. Thinking about running a procedural motion to put this motion. We have taken half an hour for one point of this. We are talking about a single word. So. Speaker for? Speaking for the amendment, yes. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, the word affordable is a subjective term. I'm happy for it to be removed. In the Objective 9, promote planning and development that supports responsible growth, diverse housing choices. I think that covers it anyway. So I'm happy for the affordable to be removed.
Speaker against? So So do I have a speaker against the amendment that it now includes the word including at cost and? Do I have a speaker against? Speaker for? Councillor Ryan, you did your rider. You spoke, didn't you? Okay. Councillor Lee, I've got. Okay, Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Without repeating my argument previously to leaving the word affordable in there and the importance that I believe it carries in our relentless pursuit of excellence, that we keep the word in there. My concern is including at cost isn't a familiar term when we talk about policy. Affordable is a familiar term, and it is defined by the ABS as of 2022, the ratio of housing costs to gross household incomes. It's pretty clear what it means. I would consider that any future council reading this might go, what is at cost? And we would all have a different perception of that. Mine would be similar to the lines of Councillor Love, that I would go, at cost, why would they do it without making a profit? And I know there's been examples of at-cost building and that the developers make their money in other ways. So it is possible, but it's not a widely used term at this stage. And affordable is, and it comes with a definition of what it means, and it allows us to encourage developers to be visionaries, entrepreneurs, innovators and disruptors when it talks to how they supply affordable housing. Affordable housing might mean I have to live on a boat. So that needs to be an option when we're looking at affordable housing in terms of us indeed being innovators in local government, in that we might not be able to contribute financially, but in terms of policy development, we may be able to contribute something, hence the term affordable is important in this document.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Therefore, Councillor McNeish, your right of reply on this amendment.
Thank you. Just addressing those points. The at cost is cheaper than affordable. At cost, they don't make a profit. So affordable, arguably, they could make a profit. So it's cheaper. At cost is an unfamiliar term. That's right. So we have the chance, immediate chance, to get out there and talk about the aspiration. Wow, that's an opportunity. Yeah. And affordable isn't defined in the document unless we had an asterisk and you provided that, which, you know, I'm into the words meaning something, and if they're defined there, well, good. But if it's not there, then I can't, you know, it's such a relative term, and at cost will create some, oh, what does that mean? And in fact, we can do a media thing and say, hey, this is an aspiration, it's been done before, and the developer might make a profit in other areas, which would be an equity cross-subsidising issue that we'd have to discuss here about, you know, how they might do that and increase density somewhere or whatever. All good discussion. And we would be seen as doing what we can to provide the cheapest housing possible at cost. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put forward the amendment as seen in front of you in black. All those in favour? All those against? The motion is lost. 6-3. We now return to the original as the seconder has spoken. Now we have the right of reply from Councillor Ryan.
Just quickly, Councillor Love, what's your name?
Lee.
Lee. Henry Ford died in 1947, and I guarantee you that in 1947 most people could afford a house. And I'd suggest to you also that 30% of their income if they actually had any, was affordable in those days. And once again, tell me who can find a house or on a mortgage or a rental now in Australia that is affordable. There's a whole gamut of reasons why, and it shouldn't be laid on our shoulders. But I understand that, and perhaps your terminology about living on a boat should be affordable boating because it's not affordable housing. I understand that words mean something to you, they mean something to me. Affordable is not something that is realistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Therefore, I put forward point 1 as written in front of you to remove the word affordable. All those in favour? All those against? The motion is lost. 7-2. Therefore, that will be removed from the alternate recommendation. So now, Councillor Ryan again. Yeah.
Move to point 2.
Yeah. So we'll now move to point 2, which is now point 1. This is going to confuse things, is it, if we change the points or not?
Just let's highlight it.
Yeah.
Highlight on the screen.
We are now voting on point 1 again, which was point 2. So, Councillor Ryan's going to speak to this, or Councillor Love, because she put it forward? It is Councillor Ryan.
Ryan's moved
It is Councillor Ryan to move it. So, Councillor Ryan, do you wish to move point 2?
I'm happy to move point 2 as written.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Love. Is there any objection? Being no objection, I put the point 2 forward. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. I now move on to point 3. Councillor Ryan, do you wish to move your point 3?
I'm happy to move it, Mr Mayor, but I'm a little bit concerned about parts of it, so I'd like to hear the debate.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Love. Is there any objection? You object as well.
Ask a question, sir. Is it
Councillor
possible
McNeish.
to have action 10.4 illuminated on our screen in front of us?
If, I'm happy for the staff to give some commentary, but why that
Through-
this has been changed.
Sorry,
Yeah.
can I just... Sorry, can you ask the question again, please?
Is it possible to have the proposed action 10.4, which was being proposed to be deleted, can we have a look at that on the screen? Is that possible?
Can we look at that?
Through the chair, just in terms of the complexities of the screen, I can tell you it's consider adoption of a peak period policy. That's the action.
Sorry,
Okay,
I didn't hear because the microphone...
So 10.4 in the plan
Yeah,
is consider adoption of a peak period policy.
Thanks, that's...
Right, to consider the peak
that's-
period policy.
That's sufficient. And then I'll have a question for Councillor Love. Is it the word policy that you're objecting to?
No, it's the fact that through this month's agenda, I don't know if I'm entering into debate, but through this month's agenda, we were voting on that peak period policy, and the officer's recommendation actually was to just review the measurements, which is why I had put in my alternative motion that we had all unanimously voted and supported on. And I was just making sure that the report, this month's report, feeds into the council plan, just because the council plan as it was written with 10.4 was redundant with the officer's recommendation in this month's agenda, in my opinion. And I'm happy to talk to that in the debate.
So Councillor Ryan, you can speak to this motion, this point.
Question? Can we have both?
Well, we
10.4 and the inclusion of Councillor Love's suggestion?
You could move an amendment.
I'm happy for you to move an amendment. I don't necessarily agree with the amendment, just as, like, I'm very mindful that I don't want to enter debate. But currently, tonight, we just voted on the peak period workshop outcomes, and it wasn't to implement a peak period policy. If you look back into our items, we voted to review the measurements that we've put in place over this summer period.
Okay, councillors, I'm going to move a motion to suspend standing orders. I think we need to, I think we're all getting a little confused, I'll be honest. So do I have a mover to suspend? Moved, Councillor Ryan, seconder. Councillor Cox, Councillor Lee, is there any objection? If not, all those in favour? All right, carry 8-1. Thank you. Councillor McNeish voted against. Thank you.
Sorry.
Just to let you know, the reason we've suspended is so that Director Pearson can talk to us and we can just have a bit of a chat about this before we continue in debate. Because this
I'm
will
happy
be...
to, if it helps move it along. So I think what Councillor Love... So I think, firstly, perhaps can I suggest that the elected member who actually put this point forward moves the point? That way they can talk to it.
Yeah,
So rather than Councillor Ryan moving this point, Councillor Love move it so that she can actually talk to it. And then Councillor McNish move point 4, 5 and 6 so they can talk to it as the mover. Councillor Love's rationale that she just explained is that you have already determined not to put in place a peak period policy as part of the 10.2 item, and therefore I believe Councillor Love is suggesting that that action be removed from the plan and instead a new action, which is what you've voted to do, which is to review the Tourism Southwest is included in the plan. You could have both. I mean, the current action says consider adoption of a peak period policy, so you could leave that in there at 10.4 and add the new action if you wanted to, but you have just resolved not to put in place a peak period policy. So I guess that's a decision for the council. Maybe if there's any consensus around the room right now about which way we go on that, then we can determine and then go back into debate. But that's the sort of the thinking as to why this amendment was put forward. And maybe, yeah, it's...
I need to understand the housekeeping tidying up, which is good.
I was trying to make sure the motion
Yeah, I get it.
filtered into the strategic plan and vice versa.
Yeah, but the outcomes of the peak period. sure, but I wouldn't want all the valuable work that was done in the workshop to just be tossed out, baby with the bathwater.
It says request the CEO schedule a workshop with elected members and relevant city officers before 31st of March 25 to reflect on the 24-25 peak periods and identify improvement areas that may require consideration within the 25-26 budget.
Actually doing a policy, it's just reviewing the
Yeah,
measurements.
all of those things will occur regardless because you've resolved on them to occur. Whether they need to be actions in your council plan, that's again for you. I'd probably suggest they don't need to be actions in your council plan, and that probably this is the more significant action that you've just resolved on that takes the resources and requires the time frame. So I would, obviously, again, council's decision, but I would suggest that this probably is a more appropriate action now.
Would we, if we take away 10.4 though, would we be negating the consideration of a policy in March next year?
Well, I don't want to enter into debate, but tourism destination management plans would then inform your, like, any policies that were needed as a result of this. And as we discussed during the workshop, a peak period policy, there's not really context behind that, where local governments have done tourism destination management plans or management strategies. It's commonly
I think whether
used
it's in your council plan or not doesn't prevent you from considering a further item at a council meeting.
The workshop identified that we have a number of policies that deal with peak period issues, and I think the issue out of that was, do we need another policy that replicates things that are reflected in other policies, or do we review the existing policies to update to reflect the peak period outcomes? I think that's where we got to. That was my interpretation of it.
Okay, are we happy to continue debate?
Don't need to, I think. Yeah.
So move a motion to...
You'll need a motion to recommend standing orders.
Okay.
But bearing in mind too, before you do, there is obviously a mover and a second already on the books for this part of the motion.
It's Councillor Ryan and Councillor Love.
Correct.
But can we, rather than having Councillor Ryan move all these
You've already got it in
points?
Place, so no.
Next time, okay. Okay, I'll move a motion to resume standing orders. Councillor Lee, seconded Councillor Craig. Is there any objection? If not, I put the motion. All those in favour? Thank you. Carried 9-0. Councillor Ryan, you're to speak now to this point 3.
I'm going to do a Councillor Kennedy and say no.
Thank you. Councillor Love, do you wish to speak? Oh, sorry. Is there any opposition? We did? Okay, sorry. Thank you. Councillor Love, please continue.
All right, cool. So I've proposed deleting action 10.4 as written and adding a new objective under objective 13 placed as 13.8, reviewing the Tourism WA's Southwest Destination Management Strategy and Implementation Plan, and consider development of a local tourism destination management plan to replace action, to consider adoption of a peak period policy. Every time tourist season rolls through, we as councillors receive numerous emails about car parking demands, congestion, concerns over increased risk for bushfires, illegal camping, litter, and even human faeces found in our beach car parks. My alternative provides our residents with assurance that the council will take a proactive approach in providing effective and strategic leadership through developing a local tourism destination management plan. This tourism destination management plan would be informed by Tourism WA's Southwest Destination Management Strategy and Implementation Plan, ensuring that our localised plan complements the state's overarching management strategy, while also taking in consideration Busselton's unique natural environment and biodiversity. Our recent community survey, which informs our new council plan that we are now voting on, has identified that destination marketing is something that the council excels at across the industry. So why not capitalise on this? Destination marketing focuses on promoting a destination, whereas destination management involves planning and strategically managing the flow of visitors and developments, and maximising the positive impacts of tourism on a destination while minimising the negative impacts. You know what they say, if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. A plan is necessary to prove that the impact of visitors and tourism activities on the environment has been carefully considered, and that the natural and built features that make our region so distinctive and desirable will be sustainably managed, as we know that tourism can lead to the potential overuse of sensitive landscapes and environments. For this reason, it is essential that tourism provides net benefits that are reflective of the values and needs of our community. In other councils, such as Shire of Denmark and Karratha, these destination management plans or strategies help to establish monitoring frameworks to assess the impacts of tourism, inform actions to address peak period congestion, and establish partnerships with community organisations to develop public education programs, encouraging residents and visitors to appreciate and protect natural environments. We must take a collaborative approach with key industry stakeholders, business owners and our local community, with the opportunity for the local community to consult with us on this. This stakeholder consultation can focus on the challenges and opportunities that peak period visitation brings and the implementation of actions to address them within the City of Busselton.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker against? Speaker for?
I speak for. I think it's a really good pickup administratively for that neat little. And if we can grab the words used in the speech to write the scope for the management plan, that'd be excellent, because there's a lot of good stuff in there, and particularly I'll be interested when that comes down in the debate between the equity of the development, encouragement of tourism against what the impact is on the locals, which is well overdue. So I commend that. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against? Speaker for? Right of reply. Councillor Ryan.
Nothing further.
Okay. Therefore, I put point 3 to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 9 lost. Sorry, carried 9-0. Move on to point 4.
Point 4 as put.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McNeish. Do I have any opposition? Councillor Ryan, speak to your motion.
I think Councillor McNish is simply just tidying things up. Yeah, I have nothing further.
Councillor McNeish.
Yeah, just quickly, I won't reserve my right because it's just an administrative tightening up to reinforce the accuracy of what it says in the Act. Thank you.
Speaker against? Look, the only reason I'm speaking against is because it keeps mentioning council. So on behalf of the council, the Mayor's message, I feel that we are talking as the council, and then the CEO's message is talking for the administration. So I just felt that it made sense that on behalf of the council, as we are sitting here today making a number of decisions, and we've been working on this plan for a long time, through the community's surveys, the council have made this decision, and this is the plan that we have set, like a board would set a plan for any corporate business. So I'm just thinking that it is, I'm speaking on behalf of the council, to say this is what we've listened to the community and this is what we're doing. And then the CEO stands up and says, great, this is how we're going to do it and how we're going to make it work. So that's my point. So, thank you. Speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor Ryan, you're right to reply.
I have nothing, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Therefore, I put the motion forward. All those in favour? All those against? Okay. 172. Thank you. Councillor Ryan, do you wish to put point 5 forward?
Yes, point 5 as read, but I have a question. I can't find on page 8. Yeah, got page 8.
Yeah. Where
Values,
lifestyle, environment,
change,
opportunity,
teamwork.
right. Actually, I can't even find a page 8. It goes 7, 9. The one I'm looking at. Look. Oh, it's going over 2.
Yeah, it's going up 2. It's missing every even page.
The version I'm looking at, I can't even find. Sorry.
5.
There it is.
Oh, maybe it's because it's over. Sorry, yeah. It's, okay.
This one here.
That's the one we're talking about, though. 8 on the plan. The double page, not the one.
So this.
So it's the
sorry.
left-hand side is page 8.
Teamwork to transparency. Oh,
This one, green ones. Yep.
listening, considered decision-making, appreciation, respect.
So it's there is
Okay, Councillor Ryan, do you wish to put point?
I have.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor McNeish, do I have any? Okay, let me just. Yes, there is opposition. So, Councillor Ryan, do you wish to speak to your point?
I think that the values that have been put in this now don't reflect what we should be saying to the community, that we do appreciate teamwork and transparency and accountability. I think it's a good clause change.
Thank you. Councillor McNeish.
Yes, well, I'll just jump in and use my right here as the reasons for the alternative I've provided on the handout sheet. Yes, a one dot point that I'll simply read for the people in the gallery who've gone home. So there was no council plan workshopping on the corporate values, page 8. The council comprises an elected mayor and councillors. It is a council, not a team. Otherwise, elected members would be termed teammates, and the word team is not mentioned in the Act. Accordingly, teamwork is not an appropriate value on show at a council meeting, rather the expression of heterogeneous inputs reflective of conflicting community viewpoints. Rather, it would seem the community would appreciate a stated value or stated values of transparency and accountability to help drive the city's corporate governance. And in this context, we must acknowledge this is the council plan, not the city plan. Such an obvious and necessary change to the values sends an important signal of response to the community's concerns over the council leadership. So in that respect, it's an accuracy thing, and the community needs to understand that we bring the diversity of views and viewpoints into this chamber, and in some respects, we're not supposed to be a team. We're supposed to be having competing interests and competing views, and it gets resolved in a council. That's why we're called councillors. We're not called teammates. Thank you.
Could I get a point of clarification through the chair on this one? My reading of page 8 is our values are the corporate values, not council values. I'd just like some confirmation from some staff over
Well, the
what that
officer
is.
comment says this is the administration values, not
Okay.
council values.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you, Councillor Cox, you wish to speak against?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. These are the corporate values, and whilst Councillor McNish has stated that this is the council plan, or it's the community plan, it's read by the staff, it's read by the community, and it's read by the council. I think teamwork is definitely indicative of a corporate value. It emphasises the process of working together and the relationships between team members, not the council, but the administration and the council necessarily. But it's not just limited to the council. I think yes, accountability and transparency are important. If this was listed just as council values, maybe you would add those in. But as Councillor Ryan said earlier, words are everything. And you need to be really specific in what you're trying to achieve here. And I think if you take the words, I think it would be quite strange if you had a corporate value without the word teamwork in it, to be frank. I think if you looked at many organisations and their corporate values, they would all have the word teamwork in there. I think it's kind of strange to take that out. Accountability and transparency are far more individual things to achieve. It's more of an individual responsibility, whereas teamwork improves efficiency, innovation and morale through collaboration. And I think that's what we should be encouraging our administration to do. And we want the community to see that that's what the city is aspiring to do through teamwork. So I would suggest that you leave the word teamwork in. Thank you.
Speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor Lou?
She got it.
Oh, sorry, speaker against?
Yeah, I'll speak against.
Sure, okay, Councillor Candy.
Yeah, just noting in the officer's comment that later on the year, there's going to be an action within the plan to review the city's organisational values. So until then, they're going to rehash that out again. So I'm for waiting until that point in time. Thank you.
Speaker for? Speaker against? Look, I'm only going to say speaking against is looking at the officer's comment, and this is starting to get a little confusing because we've just, in the previous one, said it's the City of Busselton, then we've said the council. I think it's fairly obvious that it says our values, our corporate values are. So I tend to concur with what Councillor Cox has just said. So I understand where we're coming from. Words are everything, but in this case, I think we need to have a little more teamwork and make sure we're on the same page. Thank you. Speaker for? Speaker against?
I'm actually...
Sorry, yes, which?
I'm actually
for?
speaking for
Okay.
Link.
Lee?
I think.
Councillor Lee?
Because Councillor McNish makes a very good point in that this is called the council plan. So I think the ambiguity lies in this being called the council plan, and yet these are our corporate values. So looking at the officer's comment that they say if it would provide additional clarity, the heading could be changed to our corporate values. That still doesn't address the fact that this is called the council plan. And I think because it is in its infancy of being called the council plan, because it's the community plan being rolled into
The community
strategic plan. So I think that's where the ambiguity is. So I also agree with Councillor Cox that taking the word teamwork out seems counterintuitive. And I think it gets down to definition of the terms. So, yeah, do I foreshadow an amendment to amend the title? Bearing in mind it's nearly midnight.
Ask a question.
Councillor McNish.
Question through the chair to Director Pearson. So, if that's okay.
You may ask through the chair.
The term "the council plan", is that something that's been required of us, or is it something we've just thought, well, maybe that's an appropriate thing and just grabbed it? I mean, is it a requirement? They've signalled, but is it legislated yet?
No, it's not currently legislated. However, I would note we are using the future template that we have engaged, and I guess to use that template, and that template is called, that uses the term the council plan. The council plan is the term that the Department of Local Government have indicated will be the new term for this plan. So whilst it's not legislated, it is very much the term they will be moving towards. And I guess when they're looking at the council, they're talking about the council from not just the elected members, but the council as the whole entity. So I appreciate that there might be different views on that, but their intention is that you have one plan which incorporates the current strategic community plan and corporate business plan, which necessarily involves the whole organisation, not just the council and not just the administration.
Thank you. Okay. Right of reply. All right. You wait until I say it a few times, don't you? So we've had speaker for, speaker against.
So I concur with some of the points that Director Pearson had brought up. This amalgamation, essentially, of our community strategic plan, but it's also an amalgamation of our corporate business plan. So it's combining the two. I understand and I acknowledge Councillor McNish's contention with it having the broad title of the council plan, but I do agree with the fact that these have said it, like it's clearly written in the council plan that these are our corporate values. We have been told by the officers, and it's in the officers' comment, that the city as a whole, under the directive of the CEO, is going to be reviewing the cultural values. I believe there's a piece about looking at the organisation culture and everything. So that would probably go hand in hand with that. Happy to have this conversation when we review the council plan and just making sure that we update those corporate values once the piece of work has actually been done by the CEO as to what those cultural values, corporate values are going forward. But as of now, I do believe it's important to either have our corporate values and state it as corporate values and keep them how they are, because that is going to be uniform against, you know, our annual reporting, just certain documents it's going to have our corporate values in it, so it just doesn't seem very consistent having one plan say transparency and accountability and then our annual reporting and everything else saying teamwork. Yeah, and so that's why I recommend keeping it as is, or, yeah, just keeping it as is.
Do I have a speaker for? Speaker against? Right of reply, Councillor Ryan.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Therefore, I put forward point 5 to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? It is lost 7-2. Move on to point 6. Councillor Ryan, I'm just waiting for this, sorry. But we're just going through Councillor Ryan each time. That's what we. That's what, yes. Well, now I can change it.
We did say that a while back, but
Councillor Manish, would you like to put forward point 6?
Point 6 as written. Thank you, sir.
So I'm just. Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Lee. Is there any opposition? Councillor Cox. Councillor McNeish, speak to your point.
I'll just read the reasons I've given in the handout, for the benefit of those who haven't. Council plan, page 44. I hope that can be come up perhaps. Leadership contains, page 44, leadership contains 5 plans, 2 frameworks and 2 strategies. Priority actions 16.1 to 16.10, similarly. This is all management stuff. Managing risks, assets, finances, records and communications. It contains nothing specific to council leadership. The council leadership comprises 9 elected members. All are equal under the Local Government Act in the requirement to provide leadership. Hence, addressing the terrible rating given to council leadership means a focus on improving the constituents of council leadership, that is, the contributing leadership performance of the 9 elected members. So, I'm looking for something, particularly in an optic sense, to demonstrate to the community we are addressing one of the worst ratings we got in the survey. And it's not about management assets and records and whatever else, it's about leadership. And I've provided my favourite asterisk there about what good leadership is for the individual to reflect on. Now, this is an important area of corporate training. It's to be trained in leadership and how it applies in the workplace and particularly in an understanding of self. Because you can't understand others and influence them in a leadership position if you don't understand yourself. So I'm hoping that in the work that is done in the organisation for its cultural assessment, cultural mapping tools, that there can be something put in there for the councillors, the elected members, to work on the self-awareness and the leadership qualities. And that's what's required to improve and drive forward, to then contribute all to the council leadership. And we can say to the community, we are doing this. So that's why I think it's a very important thing to signal that in our council plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNeish. Councillor Lee?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm kind of confused about what this will actually achieve, to be honest. As the staff officer comment said, in terms of community priority, it rated as a low priority, that is leadership, with less than 10% of respondents commenting on it. I think if we're concerned about self-awareness and bettering ourselves as leaders, then there's, as we spoke about earlier today, there's plenty of professional development on offer. We also had a conversation earlier today, the CEO mentioned that there might be some psychosocial development training, which I believe also touches on self-awareness and leadership and things like that that we can undertake. I don't think that it needs to be specified in the council plan, to be honest, because all it's going to do, as I said earlier today, there's now so much pressure on councillors. There's so much work. I mean, there's going to be so much difficulty trying to attract new councillors when we have elections to want to be on council. And if they read a council plan which says, well, now councillors are actually going to be accountable for everything, they're going to be rated on this, and they're going to have to, jump through all these hoops, I think that's going to turn people off even more, because all we're trying to do, each and every one of us, is just do the best job that we can do. I think leadership means lots of different things to the community, and I think that's clearly identified through the officer comment. I don't think that the fact that we scored not even that badly, only just below 50 is okay. We didn't do terribly. That's a bit dramatic. We got 42. And I think if you went out and asked members of the community, what does leadership mean to you? I think you're going to get lots and lots and lots of different responses. So I don't think you can just imply that the response from the community in that score was based around necessarily each and every one on council and the leadership that they provide. I think it means lots of different things to different people. So I just don't really see what this is going to achieve, to be honest. I think that if you want to better yourself, there's plenty of opportunities for professional development, and I would encourage you to embrace those. I think definitely as a council we can do some work together in terms of how we relate to each other and how council relates to staff and all of that kind of stuff. I don't know that it needs to be specified in the council plan, to be honest. So I would urge you councillors to vote against point 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Is there a speaker for?
I'm happy to speak for this item. I think it's a good pick-up by Councillor McNeish, and I think whilst it may not have been picked up in the community plan, it was certainly picked up during the elections. I think that for us to display those words in our council plan would show the public that we are listening and that we are leaders. And I just think, once again, words mean everything.
Speaker against? Councillor Love.
I'll just address a comment made by Councillor Ryan first off about recent elections showing that the community feels that this is a high priority. 3 of our ex-councillors got elected back into the 5 seats. Ex-councillor Richelli actually had resigned from her seat, as we're all aware. So that would actually indicate to me that the community is quite satisfied with our council. They've voted back in 3 of those seats, one being now our mayor. So just quickly addressing that. I'm not necessarily opposed to the intention of Councillor McNish's argument in this, but I think the wording's a bit iffy and convoluted and all over the place personally. I just struggle to really make sense of that sentencing. So I would actually to foreshadow an alternative, and I can send it to the lovely Miss Brown, yeah. But it would be new point 1611, facilitate professional development opportunities for elected members to improve leadership qualities. I would actually urge council that later on down the track we potentially look at making a requirement for councillors to uptake professional development. I think it's highly important for us to continue to develop these skills so that we can best represent our community and residents as a council. But I just wasn't 100% certain on that wording, so that's why I'd foreshadow that alternative.
Thank you, Councillor Love.
I'll send that to you now, Carmen.
Thank you. Speaker for? Speaker against?
Sorry,
speaker
someone's
for?
for, yeah. First, just a question. What is going to be featured in the council plan? So is it that whole sentence, just excluding the asterisks and the triangle, up triangle?
Yes, Councillor Minish has indicated he's happy for the asterisk and the triangle to be excluded, that was for the resolution only. So it would be facilitate the discovery and application of the elements of good leadership leading to a clear understanding of what is required, blah, 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 blah. The rest of that sentence.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, okay, so, I'm definitely open to reword that. And I guess looking forward to see what Councillor Love will come up with. But just looking at the work we did in the KPIs for the CEO, we had a key focus area, communication, which was about reviewing the city's community engagement framework to ensure clearly and simply how the city will engage with the community and keep them informed of decisions, including outlining the roles and responsibilities of all parties, including elected members. We also had developed a stakeholder advocacy plan that sets out councillors' positions in relation to strategic priorities, where assistance is sought from other stakeholders such as state and federal government. And I'll agree to what's been said that we didn't probably do much work in the council plan in regard to leadership, and I think an extra action in here would really synergise with the work that we did in the KPIs. Speaking for the future amended one, maybe something just worded a bit friendlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against? Sorry, but I feel compelled once again to stand up. Councillors, you need to make informed decisions. And again, sorry to pick on Councillor McNeish, but this only came up last month where we are questioning leadership. And I will have to reread that the point Councillor McNeish highlights that the community's concern in the recent survey is that the council's leadership, and I note not the mayor's leadership, the council as a whole, of which I note the survey reports 60% is excellent to okay, 40% is poor to terrible. So Councillor McNeish using these words that we have got a critical leadership issue is incorrect. I have reviewed those written comments, okay? And in terms of the council leadership, in general themes that I'm seeing, it's regard to the council, about the councillors having personal agendas, being dysfunctional and predominantly not listening to the community. But most of the comments, and when I say most of the comments, maybe 60% plus of these comments, okay, were about other issues. They were about the salt water, developments in general, the airport, too much money being spent in Busselton. What I'm saying is, and we need to keep reminding ourselves, that this survey, when it said leadership, I would please ask all councillors to go and read all the comments. A lot of them had to be redacted because of some of their what they were saying and some of the words that were used. But I remind you that this isn't about the leadership here. If the question was not understood, and I suggest in the next survey we make it very clear what we are asking for in leadership, and also that anybody who makes comments that isn't related to that subject are possibly removed. So I do find it quite offensive to be continually trying to down the leadership of this council. That's all I have to say. Speaker for? Speaker against? Okay. Councillor Lee, you reserved your right.
I did. I'm quite glad that I did, as it turns out. I go back to what is actually written on the screen in front of us that Councillor McNish has put forward. And there have been lots of discussion over the last couple of weeks about how to create a collaborative approach between the executive and council. And I think that we're on the right path. I think we're achieving more than we have done, certainly since I've been on council. And I was listening to Councillor Cox's words as she's talking against it. I'm almost using the exact same words to talk for it. Because what this does in specifying this is absolutely inform the community that we see and understand the importance of education in modern leadership. We've spoken today about professional development opportunities, and a question that I asked the CEO when we were talking about the availability of professional development opportunities for council was, can we do it all together as an executive and a council? And the answer was yes. To start with, the executive do theirs, the council do theirs, and then the facilitator brings us all together and we find common ground. And this talks directly to the council plan, that we are united and it will be a council plan. And we can only come to that through discussion. And I do take you back to that phrase that I use, our relentless pursuit of excellence, not perfection, lies in constantly having these discussions and educating ourselves. And having had to put down my studies in my MBA in leadership for a period of time and having picked it up again for the last 12 months, and I would refer to you the books Dare to Lead and Braving the Wilderness by Brene Brown and Kirsten Ferguson's Head and Heart, because it speaks about this. It speaks about how we move forward. They are vital tools in modern leadership, and I am absolutely in support of this being included in this. So I thank you, Councillor McNish, for putting that forward.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. In summing up, I'll address, what have we got here, 9 points. One is, when I used the word terrible, I took that from the vertical access of the survey, the label of the vertical access on the survey report that we got from Make It. The bottom box, that says terrible, and that's where the result was for for council leadership. So it's taken straight from that report. Now, Councillor Cox, what do I need to say? People see what they want to see, including each of us as individuals. And I think the community needs to see that we are responding to that terrible rating. If you don't want to ensure that they do, then of course vote against. You can't manage what you can't measure. How do you know you're progressing? If you don't have some form of measurement. That's why I allude to measurement in there. Yes, it is a wordy thing. Let's have a look at the words. Discovery and application. Well, discovering leadership is a thing that people do every day. Changes lives. And applying it, then that's important too. So when you learn about something and you think it's going to have some value, you
Sorry,
apply
can
it.
I stick to the right of reply, please, Councillor McNeish?
So we can't manage what you can't measure. This is about communicating predominantly with ourselves. Ultimately, I think leadership is a conversation with oneself. Now, point number 5, simpler wording, sure. If others in the community are going to read this and they want simpler wording, and now I can talk about the wording because it was told, I've been told it's too wordy, let's go through it. Discovery and application, I just referred to that. The elements of good leadership, what are those elements? Yeah, let's define them. Wouldn't that be good? Have a clear definition that all are understanding of. Clear understanding comes from clear definition. What is required? That would be nice to establish some goals. To ensure an improvement of council leadership, that's what we're after. That's what the community want, I believe, including measurement of progress are the same. Okay, there you go. You can't manage what you can't measure. So we need to get the words right, whatever the definition will be. Now, to the Mayor. You are the only person attaching this leadership conundrum or rating to you. I went to great lengths to explain that we are all equal under the Act to providing leadership. And all 9 of us in this room are involved in the council's leadership. So clearly, it is not, I'm not attributing it to you, you are attributing it to you. And I haven't used the word critical, I've used all the accurate words that have come up in attempting to be very, very factual. So what people impute as leadership, it's a relative term. I agree with that. You Google it and a whole heap of things come up, which is why I've referenced what I've Googled there, because it seemed to fit in a local government context. But getting an agreed definition would be a very, very good thing. And the meaning of words, as you say, that's important. Bring it on. Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, I put forward item 6. All those in favour? All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's lost 4-5. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion.
I had foreshadowed an alternative during.
Sure, yeah. I'm just writing the result down. So we have an alternative.
My alternative pretty much, I believe, encapsulates the intention of Councillor McNeish's recommendation. I just believe that my alternative is a bit more easier for the common person to pick up their plan and process and understand what we're trying to, the outcome that we're trying to get from that. I agree that council should be proactive in developing their leadership skills. It's essential for the role, and that's why I have quickly worded up something that I just feel will be a bit more understandable by the general community, not just councillors or the city staff.
Councillor Love, I just want to put forward your motion so I get a seconder.
Sorry.
So
it was a new point 16.11 to facilitate professional development opportunities for elected members to improve leadership qualities.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Cox. Is there any objection? Okay, Councillor Love, speak to your point 5.
I believe my point encapsulates Councillor McNeish's intention on improving the leadership qualities within the council by facilitating professional development. There's not much more that I will say to that other than I think it's crucial and essential for everyone within this role or position to further develop their skills within leadership, within strategic planning, just overall within local government industry. It's quite a niche and unique industry. So yeah, I urge all councillors to continue to develop their professional skills.
Thank you, Councillor Love. Councillor Cox, do you wish to speak?
I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Directors, members of staff and public. Don't know why that keeps going. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Lee.
Sometimes diplomacy is not my strong point, so if you can just bear with me on that.
I'll give you some pointers later.
Sorry,
Thank
Councillor.
you. That would be super.
Beecroft.
In my working life, I have been a first responder required to respond with very concise, rapid decision-making skills, promoting leadership. When you turn up to any incident in an ambulance, there's only one reason people call an ambulance, and that's because they don't know what to do. And so I turn up and I turn up and I know what to do. Continuously met with, thank God you're here. That's leadership. Then when I went on to manage the O call centre for the state, answering calls, managing staff, that was leadership. When I managed my own training organisation, setting up governance, ensuring that bills were paid, staff were looked after and everyone was safe, that was leadership. When I was a CEO, managing staff, managing governance, putting in place things that needed to be done, that was leadership. When I had an argument with my daughter this week over the fact that she objected to my husband saying to her that he didn't want her driving into the driveway, parking in the driveway, and then I had to manage that conflict in my family, that was leadership. The terms used in this particular phrase imply that I haven't improved my leadership skills. My relentless pursuit of excellence in leadership skills has taken me to every single one of my leadership roles that I've had. And I don't want it to be implied that I haven't improved my leadership skills, nor do I want it to imply that I won't continue to do that. I am committed to being a lifelong learner, not a know-it-all, a learn-it-all. And I will continue to do that. That's why I prefer Andrew McNish's terminology, because this has a different implication the way I read it. And if that's the wording, I would rather have nothing there than that.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Do I have a speaker for? Councillor Cox, you might want to switch your microphone off, please. Do I have a speaker for the motion? Speaker against? Councillor Ryan?
I'm also going to speak against because this does nothing to enhance the council plan. We've already got that we've got policies for it, but what professional development are you talking about? Because we discussed today that Councillor Cox has just done a Cert 4 in diploma of, and I've also done a AICD course. But I'm not even sure what courses you're suggesting, Councillor Love, because some of the courses that I've attended give me no comfort that it's going to give me any extra experience in local government. So that doesn't sell the message to our ratepayers.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Is there a speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor McNish.
Only to say that the effort is pretty good on the run, but things done on the run often lack finesse and definition and the types of things we've been hearing. So the balance in my mind is, do we take something that has been developed on the run, and well done, or that could be developed and finessed better, because it is very important, I believe, and would be better served to be done away from now, away from this night, and as part of some other norm or something like that. And probably, given the importance of it, and the importance to get it right, that's why I would vote against this good effort, in the hope of revisiting the matter, the important matter, soon. Thank you.
Speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor Cox, you've reserved your right.
I have nothing to add. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Love, your right of reply.
I'll briefly just address some of the concerns raised by my other councillors. Councillor Lee, I meant no offence or intended any offence. Myself, I've been quite proactive since I've gone onto council to develop my leadership skills, and by no means in that wording or sentencing or phrasing have I tried to disparage any of the council's leadership skills that they already have. I'm just saying, as you have reiterated before, that everyone should develop these skills further and more. Like you said, lifelong learning is important. And then Councillor Ryan had stated uncertainties over that this doesn't specify any courses or who this professional development would be through or what have you. I'm not saying that we should tie it to any certain one. It could be Walgo, it could be like yourself that went through the Australian Institute Company of Directors. It could be other courses that are on offer by other agencies. I don't believe that we should tie that down to any specific one. If we can be able to state as to why it is beneficial for our councillor role, I think it should be open on the table for us to provide a development, the professional development budget allows for it. I think that any course should be on the table if we can argue as to why it's relevant for our position. And Councillor McNeish, I do concede that sometimes it's not best done on the fly, although I am very comfortable in the wording of my new point. But that's obviously all up to council to decide to vote on, if you want to vote in support or not.
Thank you. Therefore, I put item 0.5 forward. All those in favour? All those against? Lost 7-2.
Now, Mr Mayor, if I may, I'd like to move a procedural motion.
Sorry.
Procedural motion is that the meeting now adjourn. Mr Mayor, it is
sorry, yeah, just
9:49, it's nearly 10 o'clock.
Yeah. No,
we have an obligation to under work, health and safety.
Yeah. Councillor Ryan, please take a seat. Thank you. Just working out the procedure. Just taking advice. You said it was 10 points.
I think procedural motions don't have to vote either. The issue is there has to be a substantive motion in place in addition to the member just a member may move anything. So it's in addition.
I'm happy to second it
So
for clarification.
So if we commence a notice of motion and then
You're kidding. So we've got to have
Mr Mayor, the motion's been put and Councillor Lee has agreed to second it.
Sorry, councillor, there's actually procedural, and under the standing orders, we actually need to be in debate to do this. So I may have to just open the next item and then we can do this. I'm sorry, it's just, I'm reading the act.
Where does
the
it say
standing
that?
orders. Well, where does it say we can't? So 10 point...
11.1.
11.1. In addition to the right to remove an amendment to a substantive motion, a member may move the following procedural motion. Yeah, so there needs to be a substantive motion. I'm just saying we can move on to the next motion and then we will then stop at that point, which allows me to come back to a point during the council meeting. So I will move on to the next item. Which is just going through all the alternate recommendations. 16.1, isn't it? So, all right, so we now move to item 16.1. Notice of motion, the new CEO Performance Review Committee, as seen in front of you. This is a motion by Councillor McNeish.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion.
We have to be in... Please, Councillor Ryan, can I just go through the process? I may be wrong, but I'm just going to do it this way because that's the way I'm following. So, do I have a mover for this motion, 16.1? Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Is there any objection?
I'm a seconder and I'll move an alternative motion, alternative to that.
Did I say Councillor Ryan's name? So, Councillor Ryan seconded. Okay. Is there any opposition? Yes, there is opposition. Okay. Councillor.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion.
Yes, Councillor Ryan.
That the
what is that
meeting now
procedure?
adjourn.
Okay. I will put that. I need a seconder, I believe. Okay. So in this case, Councillor Ryan, I would potentially like you to state a time on which the debate on the item is to be adjourned and the reason for the motion. So as in a time and date when we will start that, and may I suggest that next Wednesday.
Under 11.1C, that the motion now be put. I'm suggesting that we reconvene that at a later time.
Yeah, okay. All right. Can I take over? Councillor Ryan, you've moved the procedural motion, so you
I'm
need
happy
to
to
follow
move it
through.
till next week, next Wednesday.
On what time?
5:30.
But the special council meeting I've requested for 5 o'clock, so
The CEO hasn't yet convened that special council meeting, so we can adjust timing to suit as required.
shall we just say 5:30 then? Next Wednesday? Councillor Ryan, would you be
I'm
happy
happy
with
to accept
5:30 being October the 23rd at 5:30?
You're doing it all on my birthday, aren't you? You're on purpose.
Thank you. Well, we'll get you a cake maybe. And your reason for stopping this?
Well, it's a procedural motion, but under the Work Health and Safety Act, I believe that our CEO has a duty of care and we as councillors have a duty of care to our staff. And we have been at this now since, I believe, the first committee meeting started at 9 o'clock. And it is completely unfair that we continue on with such a big agenda. Perhaps we could consider fortnightly meetings. Thank you.
I will second that motion.
I already did.
Councillor Lee has already done it.
Did I agree to that? Yeah. Yeah. You've just put the motion. I'm seconding it. Okay. Is there any objection? If not, I put the motion. All those in favour? The motion is carried 9-0. Thank you, councillors, for your time. I close the meeting adjourn the meeting at 9:52 p.m. and we will continue this next Wednesday at 5:30.